start as we always do, zoomed out to the monthly. Let's get real quick. And we could see 4 hour. Here on the monthly, we're breaking above that equilibrium. We're getting this continuation to the upside. So far we are seeing this breakout, right? Next level up, the 4208 half seems to be the next target. And then we start to run into excess from August. Switching over to the weekly, we're continuing this move to the upside. We're basically inside the previous week. I think we're above it now. Yeah, you can see the market's trading 41.94 was last week's high, was 41.89. Yeah, so right now the market's actually trading above last week's high. So most likely we're going to get a continuation of one time framing to the upside on the weekly, giving us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks in a row of one time framing to the upside. Still the same level, 4208 half. And so when we have levels like this that are not only big levels on a daily chart and on a weekly chart, but also on a monthly chart, it's something you definitely want to be paying attention to, because you know for sure it's going to be looked at, right? So, if it was a weekly level, like let's say like a couple weeks ago, maybe this week's high, right? Not really a monthly level, but this 4208 half is a monthly high and a weekly high. So you have some intermediate and longer term time frames that are going to be paying attention to those levels. So definitely going to be, it's going to become most likely the new level here is going to kind of become the new breakout zone, and you're going to want to see the market stay above it. And you can see on the weekly, right, we still haven't had that 50 come back over. So the trend is still, even though we are making higher lows and it's yet to be seen if we're going to make this higher high. It really seems like we're going to for sure. But the longer term look is still sideways. Switching over to the daily chart, you can see we're holding this nice trend up. We've talked about this, and it could definitely be something to be monitored. A break of this trend really probably spills back down into value. You have really weak structure and some gaps down here, so it would make sense, and it would be in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad pullback, depending upon kind of when it happens, I guess. I'd like to see us not break this high and then pull back, because that probably would almost guarantee psychologically most people are going to be like, oh, the market's fucked, right? And they're going to start shorting. They'll get short in the hole. We know there's a buyer down here, right? That's what causes these gaps. So they'll start getting short. This buyer will get a second chance to buy at 4,000, which, you only got an opportunity to buy so much at 4,000 before the market gapped over it. So it would give them an opportunity to buy that up and then take the market higher after that. When in reality, we can tell, we're still inside the bracket. So there really wouldn't be anything to worry about on a pullback to 4,000 in a more macro sense, right? I know we're day trading here, but sometimes we look at the long term. We're coming into the Fed blackout period coming into next week as well. So switching over to the profiles here, we can see yesterday they gave the old kind of B look, right? We kind of ran out of buyers early on. Globex point of control was the 71. They really couldn't get over it. They ran out of it, and then we started one time framing down pretty much all morning. Little bit of a pullback. One more look at the low. Buyers stepped up, and then it's basically as soon as it got over this 54, it really just started to run. And there was really no sign of sellers at all from this low up to the high. There was a small pullback here. Naturally, you've got weaker handed traders having to close out their positions before the day's over, or under capitalized traders, don't want to sound rude, having to close their trades out. They're not able to hold them overnight. So small pullback before smart money just said, "Oh, thanks for the free, thanks for the free cash." And then starting off today, we're going to be opening up on a gap. So if we really think about this, we'll say we have a 2-day balance. You could even say maybe a 3-day balance because value has been overlapping and really even just a break above this little balance here. But I'm going to call it a 2-day balance. So after this 2-day balancing period, right, we had larger day and then an inside day, we're gapping above, right? So that's going to be something key to watch. Are we going to be able to rotate back into this zone, or is the market going to get this continuation? Remember, and let's look up the settle here. Settlement was 76.75. Last was the same. So we're going to probably be opening up with some high breath, with a high tick, right? A lot of more positive expectations, I guess you could say. Nasdaq doing a little bit of a pullback right now. But it's still going to have to be, still going to have to be respected. Right, Johnson and Johnson, I think, beat earnings today. I was looking at their chart this morning. It looks like they're doing okay. I guess they pretty much came back down. They were 164, trade up 170, and they're basically like 66 right now. So they're not much. Jesus Christ, 20 text messages? Hey, Dad, are you in here? You did. After the market today, we have Netflix, right? So we'll see, kind of what happens with that. As far as the news today, we already had the housing starts and building permits. So building permits were actually down a little bit. Building permits, month over month, were down. Housing starts were actually better than expected for March, but month over month they were lower. And then, hey, Dan, you talked to Jordan lately? But yeah, and so there's really not much else going on today until I think 1300, 1 o'clock Eastern time. You've got Bowman speaking. As far as the plan goes today, really the first couple of levels I'm going to be watching are this high from the 14th, and obviously yesterday's high. We do have a fairly wide value or volume area of point of control also down here at the low. So the first look, if we get some negativity off of the open, would be that trade back down to below. That would be a nice long. Up above, nice long. I think below the 90 there's some opportunity to close the gap, but I don't think I'll be looking for any shorts until below 90. And then even below that, it might be safer to just look for the long. I tend to be a little bit more patient on gap days, especially because there's not really a ton of news coming out, right? Decent earnings, but nothing really too crazy. And then we keep kind of seeing this liquidation in the Dow, which kind of has me wondering like why it's liquidating. Um, so I'm not really sure. Morning, Roach. Putting in decent volume up here. I guess we'll kind of see how this open goes. Let me do the gamma levels real quick. See what So as far as the gamma levels go today, you can kind of see it looks like that 230, 4230 is kind of the high of that, and then let's see, yeah, 4190. So still positive gamma on the futures. If we look at total gamma, you can see that negative gamma level starts here, 4160. So it does look like they rolled it up, which is kind of what we talked about yesterday, wondering if they were going to start rolling up some of these, or that call wall that was at, excuse me, put wall that was at 4100. Um, so it looks like they did. They rolled it up to 4160. So yeah, basically the weak spot of the profile. Yeah, so we'll just have to be kind of aware of yesterday's open 4160. If the market does break that, we can maybe expect a little bit more selling, and then you'll be targeting those mechanical references that we weren't able to reach yesterday, which is that 41. Oh. Have I looked at the Nasdaq? No, I can. Yeah, the Nasdaq really is just kind of coiling here. If you put the extended hours on the Nasdaq, you can see you're kind of getting this break or close to a break above, like where all these meet. I think as long as the Nasdaq really stays above that 13,185, and right now it's trading 13,285, so it's about 100 points above this level. Um, if it's able to kind of stay above this level, there's decent odds, I think, uh, that it can keep moving up. It's tough. It's tough for me to think. Um, with the Nasdaq on the 1 minute here, you can kind of see like where it's gained some steam from pre-market. Yesterday's kind of high is about that same level, that 85, 185. Um, if you think it's going to be tough for the Nasdaq to rally really hard today, just because it's got Netflix earnings and then it also has Tesla earnings tomorrow. So two big market movers, that could really, you know, two big market movers that could really move the market, right? Stupid fucking saying, but it's got two possible catalysts in it that it has to be kind of cautious of or aware of. And if not, or if they don't perform as well as maybe they thought they were gonna, or as projected, I guess you could say, then they want to be a little bit cautious. It's much easier to fall from 5 feet than it is from 25 feet, if that makes sense. Yeah, of course. Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate you guys too. I like to see you guys all learn and grow, and it's nice. Like I said, my ultimate plan is like eventually, as everyone learns and grows, is we're all basically just sitting around, and it's not really like me leading the session. It's us just kind of working together. Like, hey, take a check, take a peek at this, and like, boom, here's the trade, and then if you like the setup, you like the setup, something like that. Trading yesterday for me was actually really nice. I saw that a lot of people got chopped up, and I think what happened yesterday, and I mean, I was pretty sure that it was gonna happen, to most people, was that they were gonna get stuck long before that little look below, and then the kind of rise, and then the people that held on to the long, um, that weren't over leveraged or anything. I think it came back to life for them. So maybe a little bit of luck involved in that. But I think a lot of people were getting long early on, but they weren't really paying attention to kind of what the market was telling us. And yesterday, we pop out this profile. We failed here below the Globex point of control. So if we can't get a correction, 100% correction to overnight inventory, well, we had talked about it. Okay, if it fails here, its target should be below the open, right? And it did. It got below the open, and that let us know, okay, the next target was going to be the Globex low, and it paused at the Globex low, kind of bounced, but then pushed through the Globex low. And I think people were still trying to buy here, buy here, buy here, and then eventually they got stopped out. And what happened was smart money used the long stops of these people, right? So do some do some critical thinking here. If you're long from here, immediately after you buy a long position, right? What are you? A seller, right? Immediately. As soon as you buy the market, you're immediately looking to sell it, right? You may not think that, but that's what it is. Like as soon as you buy the market, you're gonna sell it somewhere. That's how you're gonna make money. If you're gonna lose money, you're gonna sell it. So they they realized that the buying was weak, right? We got a mechanical high, poor high, so buying was weak. So even if this buyer down here noticed this, he starts selling the market, stops all these people out, sells it basically to himself, but all these people that are long have to sell the market to get out of it. And what's he doing? Buying it. buys it up, and he used those stops to move the market back to the high towards the end of the day when nobody else was around. And I think that's kind of what happened. I think looking at a lot of people's accountability and then just talking to a couple of other traders, they were all having kind of that same idea. And I mean, if you guys were in the room yesterday, that's just not what we were doing. Not what I was doing. I didn't take a single long position yesterday. I got off, uh, around like 1 o'clock, or stopped trading around like 1 o'clock. So I wasn't around for the rally, which typically happens because I got to go get my kids in the afternoon. But um, the upside never convinced us, and that was part of our trade plan. If we can't get above the 72, then there's no reason to get long. Um, there was reasons down here, and a couple of people I think did take nice longs from down there. Um, I think my uncle took one, my dad took one, or took a couple. Um, but that was later on in the session. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate it. I just trade whenever the trade presents. To be honest with you, I don't necessarily have like a specific time that I will or will not trade. Um, my trading journal tells me that I probably shouldn't trade the first half hour. That I should just wait till B period, and trade that. But I haven't necessarily, like, if a trade opportunity presents itself during A period and it's part of my plan, then I take the trade. I don't. It's really tough to be like, oh well, I'm only gonna do this, because sometimes there's just not opportunity there. And if this is how you make an income, which is what I do to pay all of my bills, um, sometimes I'm sitting here and having to wait for that trade to set up, and I can't really limit myself to only trading during one period because this is how I make. What do we got here? We've got about 1 minute until the market opens up. Here we go. So immediate downside bid right there, downside auction. Bid steps up at the low. See our sector boxes turn red kind of right away. Oh, here. ES is kind of puking them. Nasdaq puked them too a little bit. ES has been a lot stronger than the, as far as like a comparison, or a lot less swingy compared to Dow and the Nasdaq. Nasdaq's taking a nice rally here. Dow's still pushing lower. Oil breaking lower as well. A little bit of tapering here on the low, and you're starting to see um, offers move down, but kind of them stalling out here. We traded below this T2 high, and this is kind of where I wanted to set up my short. So try to fill this gap. Tick. Tick is not too crazy high. Only seeing some shorts look like they're getting stuck here, kind of. But I do like a short from underneath of this 89. You get a nice offer that comes back in, you see like a re-offer of this 88, 89 level. I think there's good opportunity maybe to fade this gap as the tick's kind of coming back down. See, the Nasdaq breath is actually stronger, but the Nasdaq comparatively is looking fairly weak, to be honest. To me, yeah. Look to see if they re-offer this here. See another little re-offer, another 100 lots. Really getting any down ticks. Nasdaq catching a little bit of a bid here. See more stuck shorts on the low. Yeah, I don't know. There's a decent offer trying to come in down here, but it's just not getting any down ticks. You can see right there another like 700 lots traded, another 1,000 lots that traded right there. Nasdaq's starting to push the low again. ES is just not going with it. Nasdaq making a new low. A lot of trapped inventory getting down here, it feels like. Nasdaq just bounced hard too. I think these buyers on this D2 high are kind of weak-handed, right? They're buying very mechanically. Just trying to come in again. If they get stuck, if you don't see an offer below like 88 this time, then we'll probably trade back up like 93 or so. So was that saying big spread? Oh, okay. Oh, buyers are stuck. Buyers are stuck right there on the 90. You should see an offer below 88 this time. If they can't get it below 88, then just probably run for the hills. But big buyers tried to step up above that 90 and just didn't get it that time. A battle going on. Watch the 90. So they failed to take that low again. Got stuck on the 90. Tried the low again. They failed it. Did see 93 here. I think that's where the offer came in. Nvidia is. Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
What's that?
Oh, it looks like it did a double down. I take that back. Must have done the double down. The other orders are still open, but it did the double down, so that's why it's in at a higher price. The higher, so the double down spot, but none of the others. So may just have to. Ooh, now the bots was trying to get out. Couldn't sell because it didn't have the orders. This would be a bug.
There's a bid trying to step up right here on the 91. So if you took the long from that low, failure to get below the 88, right here coming into 93, and I know you're talking, you're not, it's a 4 point trade. You're not talking fucking being a hero, but this is an area where we saw an offer to start the day. You want to be selling into this strength, knowing that possible reoffer could be coming up here. So you don't want to be getting too greedy just to start the session. We've got a 6 point range, and you just hit 4 points. Like fucking, be happy. Leave one on for the trail, but you fucking Scrooge McDuck. I'll be Scrooge McDuck for you. Right, Roach? Yeah, I was actually short originally from 94, came back down, and I was just sitting in it, sitting in it, sitting in it. It just could not go. And I thought, I even added on 89, didn't break, so I just flattened out. And then as soon as it popped above that 90, where that, big buyer got stuck, I just clicked buy. But I mean, like, you're only getting 2 points here, like, so you got to just take what you get. Right, yeah. I know, kind of like yesterday's opening, really. There's no conviction yet. You figure they're not able to close that, uh, not able to close that gap, not even able to do like really a nice overnight inventory correction. That's kind of telling that there's got to be some stuck shorts still that shorted into the close yesterday. 89 to 92, good shit, huh? Fucking beat us. Yeah, yeah. 4208 half. That's gonna be that ticket. But yeah, I agree. Like, and if we, I don't know if you were on when we looked at these gamma levels, um, but that lines up perfectly with that high right there. That the basically gamma wall on the top for the call gamma. 4225. Yeah. Exact. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. A lot of things are lining up nice today. So yesterday ended up not being my most profitable day, but my most well executed day as far as my execution. I thought it was going to be my most profitable. So. Right. That's how I look at it as my best day, and especially because I was trading four indexes all at the same time. And it really like trading the ES, I think transfers nicely to the Dow. So like the trading of the Dow is actually pretty easy switch, or pretty easy like conversion. But like the Nasdaq and oil, like they're not like the ES at all. Morning, Jamie. So the market's kind of struggling up here again. Yeah, like yeah, stop losses. And I still think there's so many market what would you call them, like um what do you call it when someone wants to do the opposite of what the market's doing? Contrarians. Yeah, like there's so many market contrarians just wanting to sell the market naturally because they're like, ah, it can't keep going up, it's got to go down. Like instead of just focusing on kind of what's happening here right in front of us, they just so focused on seeing the market lower. Right. Oh yeah, right here. Yeah. There's some bids stepping up here. Like Nasdaq's starting to go positive. Look at the weighted AD, and then the tick is staying green. Tech is trying to do its thing. Apple's looking strong. Tesla's looking strong after kind of a fucking meltdown early. So they re-offered that same spot. So 93, right? We talked about on the way up. That's where the initial offer was at. It did come up a little bit more, right? You got like 94 3/4. Um, Buyers kind of got stuck there, and then you're seeing a re-offer come back in around this 93 area. So this will be key. If they can push this thing down, 90 will be the target here. Um, for this, and then we'll see kind of what happens under here. And still, if we get an offer underneath of this 88, I think we should close the gap. To be, oh come on, come on, Nasdaq, do what you do the right thing. It's funny. I was talking to some of my buddies at uh, class last night, and they're just all like kind of blown away. They're like, man, like how can you be from California and want to come to Scranton? You know? And I'm like, well, first of all, I've been a huge fan of Scranton like before I even lived here, right? Because I watched The Office when it was on TV before people liked it. Second of all, most of the people that say that have never left here. And so, like, yeah, there might not be a ton of opportunity if you want to be a fucking businessman or some shit. But I really think one of the most important things in life is moving or living other places to because you can't really value what you have until you don't have it. You know what I mean? Or you can't really understand the value of it until you see how other things work. And it was common in the army too. They would say your favorite duty station is the one you just left. You know, you get to your new duty station. You're like, oh, well, back at fucking Bragg, we did it this way, and it's like, but then while you're at Bragg, you're like, I fucking hate this place, and I think like a lot of the people, it's becoming really relevant to me. The more people I talk to, they're like, oh, why would you come to Scranton? I'm like, fucking, there's everything here, you know. And there's plenty of opportunity too. Like if you're a hard worker, I mean, right? You see the fucking sign on Kaiser, Roach. I don't know if you ever drive down Kaiser. There's a sign on Kaiser right now paying flaggers fucking 18 to 26 bucks an hour to hold a fucking flag on the road here. I mean, like, fucking, yeah, if you work on what's that called? One of my buddies as a one of my buddies was a construction worker, and like when he would get a job, oil's breaking down pretty good here, guys. Um, when he would get a job at um like a college, like a school or something like that, um, he would get like almost double the pay. I'm short the Dow right now as well. Um, right. But then they get like an extra bonus. Like he would get like 22 bucks an hour from the company he worked for, and then like an extra, 18 bucks an hour from the feds. Right. Yeah, if you're decent with money, then you'd be set. Yeah. Plus, they're just sticking your account money in fucking bullshit account anyways. Yeah. To respond to Not surprising though. Right. Yeah, they pay him pretty good. So let's look to see if this offer comes in here down below. I mean, you got an offer down 87 half, so below the 88, but it really just kind of was probably short covering from the people that got trapped there the first time getting back to break even, and they're like, ah, so TJ, we opened on a gap. And yet here we are in a short. The Yeah, it went straight up. They're like there was no there was it was just straight up. Yep. Did you see that picture that I posted next to the TPO in the Discord? Yeah, I posted a comparison picture of the TPO. All right, I'm gonna be tight with my stop here. 88 quarter actually. 88 quarter. There we go. All right. Yeah, I mean it didn't pull back at all. It just went straight up. There was just no like selling basically just gave up. They were like, well, we've done all we can. Goodbye. I'm looking for this gap fill to be honest with you still now. Healthcare is taking a pounding. That had to have been the reason that the Dow's taking a. I'm in a Dow short as well as Nasdaq short. Didn't short oil because I wasn't. 2 minutes until B period. It's nice. Borat. You guys ever watch Borat? So fucking funny. My mom had never seen it, and last time I was over at her house, we watched it. She was dying, and my mom's not really into like stupid shit. Like she doesn't have like you know. It's fucking funny. Oh, it's the best. He's a man. And he just like makes fun of America all the time and how pussy everyone is. So it's great. Yeah, I think you are seeing some short covering as well. Look for maybe to add on this 85, 86. We get a reoffer up there. Close the gap. The tick is tick is below zero. What's the low tick here? 636. So not as low as the high tick, but we opened up on the high tick. So the rest of the sectors have pretty much gone red. Doesn't look great here. I also, kind of along the lines we talked about this morning, right? Like we talked about how the Nasdaq maybe didn't want to go too high because we talked about a fall from 5 feet is a little bit easier than falling from 10 feet, right? So let's say the Nasdaq gets really overextended, and then all of a sudden Netflix earnings comes out and they're just mediocre or they're shit, right? Who knows? But if if that happens, then and the Nasdaq had just been on a bull all day and just been tearing to the upside, and then these shitty earnings come out, a lot of people are going to have to liquidate. It's going to cause a little bit of issues. Whereas if they just kind of keep it steady, oh, don't you dare give us a poor low, you know. Um, that's so stupid. That's like the theme of the market lately: poor low, poor high. I swear to God. It's called non-conviction. Um, but like it just makes sense like if we kind of chop sideways today until we get these I mean I kind of think till we get these first two earnings, Netflix and Tesla tomorrow, and that would kind of give us the kind of confirmation or really just kind of the understanding of is the earnings season going to be strong. Of course still have the big guys, Apple, Amazon, uh Microsoft, Google, next week, but it gives you a little bit of insight to how tech is gonna earn. And so if we were trading sideways, it gives people a little bit of opportunity really to kind of position. Whereas if they run the market up and then the earnings come out well, the market's already ran up, so now they can't really do anything. And if they run the market up and earnings come out bad, well, now they're in a different predicament. Um, that's kind of why I didn't move our flip zone today, because even if we get below 60, which is where the negative gamma's at, we probably get some selling. I still think longer term buyers are going to hold this market here. And that would put us in this balance still, right? A larger balanced, 100-point balance range. But yeah, Phil. So now you should be taking some off here, guys. This is the time where we're thinking, okay, we just filled the gap. I'm gonna take some off, sell into strength. Next level down would be the settle. Yeah, I did. Yeah, just murdering the market again today. I'm doing 1 and 2 lot trades on the Dow, the Nasdaq, and the ES, and it's making me stay like so much more patient. I actually kind of like this. I'm just staying, yeah, well, and I'm staying like way more patient because I'm not like leveraged up. Like normally I trade like 3 to 6 contracts on the ES, but I've got to spread around that margin to these other three. Well, I'm not trading oil right now, but the other three tickers that I'm trading. So it's making me just stay patient um, on kind of on everything. Last week you wrote a play. It started looking for a break, breaking the open only by a few ticks and getting initiated traders stuck. Yeah, it happens all the time, Liquor, and it's those little key it's those key little things. Thanks, fucking. That if you can recognize on those key little nuances that Jim Dalton calls them, you can really set yourself up not only to trade successfully, but to manage risk successfully. You know what I mean? Like, ooh, a lot of contracts just traded right there. 2,000, 3,000. Yeah, it's key things like that. Like yesterday it happened too. But not with the open, but with the overnight session, right? It really couldn't trade back to get that correction of overnight inventory. And like a key thing today, right? A lot of momentum, tempo's picking up, but we're trading back into value, so we should get a little bit of slowing here. And if there's a break that doesn't take this overnight low, that's the impulse from last night, buy that, right? Even though everything's kind of looking shitty, it's just good risk management, right? Good risk versus reward opportunity. Yeah, you're getting in at the low. You know you're wrong at a certain spot. And if we rotate back to where volume's at, since volume hasn't moved down, well then fucking you hit a homer. Yeah, when you do, yeah. Yeah, because it sets very wide margins. And so what it would take would be it would take a longer time frame trader or a larger time frame trader to break that wide initial balance. Like it's hard to tip, something that's got a big base. Roach, on your heat map, are you still running your heat map or no? 269 on mine. Do you run it based off absolute or do you run it on percentage? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, mine's on absolute. I just moved it up to 269 because it was getting a little, I had it on 229, it was getting a little chaotic. I had it on 229 from yesterday because yesterday was not real much size. I'm out on my ES short, out on my Dow short, and then I've got my Nasdaq short still rolling. Stops at 13.22 1/2. About to get taken out here right now. What's that tell me? Yeah. So if we look at this, changes to futures. Typically you have things that are risk off versus risk on, right? And so like if the Australian dollar starts moving up, that's a risk on look. Same thing with the 6B, the 6C, the 6E, that's a risk on look. The 6J, which is the yen, is a risk off look. So when people are feeling like the market's either not going to be going up or it might be going down, they'll start buying the Japanese yen because the Japanese yen typically is safer, yeah, a safer currency. And then you have like the ZBs. Exactly. Exactly. Um, and then like with oil's kind of been its own beast lately just because of all the drama that's going on with oil. Um, and you can see, just close this fucking gap. I just want oil to close this gap so bad. Um, for personal gain reasons, not because of cheaper gas prices. But like, I just think that was just like I said. I think that was just bullshit. There's no way they're gonna just stop producing the only thing that makes them money. Just fucking, it's just not smart. You know what I mean? But then there's other things here like gold. Typically, like if you start to see this rise in gold, and we could switch this to 30-minute chart. You see gold getting a big pump while the Nasdaq is going down. That's typically a rotation to risk off, right? It's not always going to be like that, and so like the correlations are they're just like another thing. They're like our tick or our weighted AD. Like they're not necessarily okay. Well, gold's going down, so I can buy the market because if gold goes down, then the market's got to go up. It doesn't necessarily always work like that, but it is something to note. And that's why I like to see like the percentages and things like that because we are having a fairly large move in gold here after a pretty big move down. But if you look at gold on the daily, I mean, even if we look on the monthly here, it's at the all-time highs of forever. So it makes sense that there's people going to be shorting it. But if people are shorting it here and it can't go down, then that's going to give it the liquidity to go up and make it an all-time high. The other stuff, like you got lean hogs, you got copper, got cattle, natural gas. Like a lot of these things are um, situational dependent, and so like whenever these reports come out, and I'm not sure on which days they come out, but whatever days they come out, those are really going to trade just like that. So I don't really pay attention for them for correlation. Yeah, it gives me like more confidence to stick in it. Like if I see Apple smashing the low and gold smashing the high, and I'm in a short on the ES, I think okay, I'm good to actually give this a little bit of room to breathe, then try to smother my stop or something. Nvidia must be fucking drunk. It's not listening to the rest of the market here. Apple's still not down below its gap. Tesla's just puking them hard though. Elon's plan didn't work, I guess. A lot of battling again here, right on the 80. Same spot as before. Buyers are stepping up and buying it again. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Because there's really not much. I mean, we're not even back inside yesterday's value. You know what I mean? This is just mostly a little bit of overnight inventory correction, liquidation, yeah, profit taking. We get back below that 78, 75, then there's an opportunity maybe to set up a short there. But these sellers are kind of struggling to offer below 80. Kind of, which is the same kind of issue that kind of happened here at this previous 89 high. I'd rather, if I'm gonna fade, look from that fade, um, or look for below. Like you want to see the acceptance below before you just kind of start forcing it in. Where we do have a bunch of stuck shorts, it's hard to tell like what kind of trade this was because it really just came down here, talking right here below. Really just came down here and kind of then popped up and then has been kind of just sitting right here. So I haven't really got a lot of conviction. Discord, do you have Discord link, please? Link's expired. Yes, I do have a link for you, my friend. And the link is expired on purpose. I just saw a bunch of fucking robots in the Discord. Like there was a bunch of comments on the video yesterday about like follow this guy and his signals and he's the best and I follow him and I'm rich because of him. Oh, God forbid all the other things that it takes to be a good trader. You just listen to one person and become a hero. Just not just not how it works, unfortunately. I wish it was. Up another short on the Nasdaq here. Hello, it's me you're looking for. Let's see. Let's see. Below that 72, you've got to assume that maybe some liquidation comes in after below that, and then we trade that 64 level where the buyers are at, I think. But if they can't even get below that 62, then 70, 72, I mean, can't get below the 72. That's the Globex low, and that's kind of keying us in on what we talked about, right? We talked about how little nuances of how the market trades really kind of key us in on what's happening. Right. So we traded to that overnight point of control on an inventory correction, a little bit of liquidation or maybe some momentum selling. It's cooling here. Right. Sector boxes still trading red. I see. This is why we need oh, oh okay. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to mute people, so Billy, yeah, Billy sits there listen. No problem, Nemesis. Welcome aboard. The only thing we ask is that you be positive and respectful, right? Everyone's on a different part of their journey, so just you might be ahead of some people. No reason to be like, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot." Because if I don't do it, neither should anybody else. Because sometimes I do feel like it. Oh yeah, traffic school. Did he unmute himself? Oh, Like some stuck shorts here, maybe on the 81, but buyers trying to step up right above him. Get him or not. Nasdaq's turning back down though. Yeah, that's a good trend line to monitor too. Everyone's a huge fan of monitor. Exactly. And the key on these breaks of trend lines and stuff like that, because a lot of this technical analysis is really just an easy way to explain market psychology, right? Because not everyone, I think market psychology is probably one of the harder things to really grasp, I guess. But you figure like come here, can't get it. Some shorts covering happen. Shorts happen again. They can't get the low, so they start to cover again. And buyers, a bid just kind of steps up, steps up, steps up. Right. So bids keep stepping up, stepping up. If they can't break the high where the actual seller's at, because you can see where the seller kind of waits patiently to re-enter the market every time, 2, 3 apps. If buyers can't get a bid on the opposite side of this, which is at 83, then most likely they're going to flush. If they do flush and you get these longs, this bid that has been stepping up that liquidates, you get that bid that liquidates. If they can't take the most recent swing low, and that would be either here 78 or here 77, that lets you know that that's all it was just a liquidation, right? Because if it was a seller, should take those out and then battle the real buyer that's down here at the low that we know is down here because we saw fucking 5,000 contracts trade right there bid. So that's how I think kind of like I think you can almost explain every technical analysis pattern that just people don't want to accept it. Now psychology is not important in trading. Shut the fuck up. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Let's trade W. So like fucking yeah. You know why they work? Because of human psychology. You know why we're fucking making money? Because of psychology. I stick with the statement that psychology is the most important aspect of trading, always, and not only personal psychology but understanding the market competitors. Like, I mean, think about fucking Kobe Bryant. He used to find out everything he could about his opponents in order to. Ooh, Nasdaq's puking them, guys. In order to get an edge on the court. You know what I mean? And that's what professional bettors do. A lot of people think that betting is not whatever they think about betting. A lot of people think betting is just gambling. But like people that are professional bettors, that they know that fucking Tiger Woods normally has a Gatorade every morning on the fourth day of the fucking tournament, and today he didn't have a fucking Gatorade because his housekeeper told Joanne that she didn't see Tiger drink the Gatorade. So what do? They fucking bet him to lose. How do we know that was a seller? Because he sold from the same fucking spot over and over. Waited for the waited for the longs to liquidate. And if you look, I mean, if you look at the what's this thing doing? Second. Oh, it's just like I had like an order that hadn't canceled. Um, if you look here, you can see where they liquidate from. Look how thin it is here, right? Or from here, I mean, excuse me. Look how thin it is. We go right back to where that buyer was at, right? Where we traded those 5,000 contracts. And they push right through and they stick an offer right below it. They say, hey, if you want your fucking money back, you're going to have to pay for it. And that's why I stick to the fact that reading both of Jim Dalton's books over and over, people are like, well, they don't tell me when to trade or where to trade or how to trade or anything like that. Yeah, but they give you an insight into what your competitors are doing. And if you can understand what your competitors are doing, and you're not always going to be right, it's just an impossibility. But if you can get a little bit of an edge like that, you can really kind of improve your trading. And I don't mean kind of, I mean you can fucking dominate trading if if you can give yourself an understanding. And you've got to remember, like, the reason that Jim doesn't do stuff like that, like tell you, okay, if you see this, you want to trade, because everything is contextual. Like when people are messaging me in the Discord saying, like, oh, should I short from here? I don't know. Like, should you? Is it part of your plan? Like, are you asking me if I'm short from there? Then that's a different question. And if that's what you want to know, then ask me that. But like, should you short from there is it's bad personal psychology because you're giving yourself an out. Like, well, I asked Brad and he said it was a good short, even though it was a loss, so it's his fault. Like we talked about last week, like the idea of the team is not to copy each other's trades. The idea of the team is to make each other aware of opportunities, right? Everyone in this is an individual sport and we're not competing against anyone but ourselves. Yeah, we're competing against other traders in the market naturally, but your main focus is competition against yourself. If you can start improving yourself, then you're going to become better. You won't have to worry about anybody else. And that's the thing, I think, a psychological thing that holds a lot of people back, right? They, using myself as an example, a lot of people want to be better than me or they want to be right when I'm wrong. When for me, it doesn't, that doesn't affect me at all, because it just doesn't. It just sends me back to the drawing board. That's it. Like I don't, and that's probably maybe one of my better strengths, and something that I think everybody should be focusing on is like, don't worry about being better than me or being right? Worry about being better than yourself. Oh, there we go. Dow's puking him up now. It's just puking him up. Who's who's that? That's my dad. These fucking Havens don't have any goddamn manners, huh? Jesus. Mute him, Tommy. Oh, that's sick. Right, right. And they're all like on a prop desk. These people are they're all wanting to improve, and just like you said, like when you're on the desk, if you're not improving or you're not at least making an effort to improve, you're fired. They don't need you. There's a million other people wanting to be in your seat, you know? And so for us here, that's my goal, is to get all of us to that exact level. We're like, hey, take a look at this, and we can look in like every futures market, every fucking stock, all of these things, and find the good setups. We're not going to need a scanner that's going to tell us what stocks to trade. We are the scanner. And a million eyes are better than two, because you can't possibly look at everything. Right. No, I agree. I don't think, and that's what I was saying. So funny yesterday. Um, the fucking trade bets YouTube. Yesterday on the YouTube, somebody, there was like a million comments first of all, which was just shocking. But um, there look at all these comments here. This guy's like, I respect your work, mate. Blah blah blah. Fucking, and then he names this guy makes 11 BTC. Fucking hero. 11 BTC from day trading. Right. Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. But that's a thing. There's a human behind this bot. You know what I mean? And that's what they're trying to do. And then they want you to connect to YouTube. I commented, what do you mean TA? I don't fucking do any TA, you stupid fuck. And I said, or are you a robot? No comment. Yeah, those are the kind of people that need to be fucking, you know, put in the stockades. I'm a huge fan of stockades, bro. Right in front of the fucking grocery store. Yeah, and just put a sign right above them. Scammer. Yep. Scammer. Yeah, right when you walk into the grocery station or grocery store. That way, because you're walking in the grocery store, a lot of times you're with your kids. Like, look at this fucking guy scamming people out of money. Look what he gets to do. Like, every time I see fucking homeless people, I tell my kids, look at these fucking people. It's not camping. They live there. That's what happens when you don't go to school and you fucking do drugs. Every time. And now in California, they're not even calling them homeless. They're calling them like something displaced, some stupid fucking sensitive ass thing. It's just like, no, they're homeless. Like, it's cool. Yeah. Yeah. I tell my kids all the time, like, you like playing that fucking game? Guess what? You can't do that shit from inside of a car. There's no internet in there. Like, it's just crazy. And then, like, but the thing is like they're like making it, they're making it seem like it's cool, you know. And if someone like were to tell my kid like, oh, it's not bad, just living in your car, like the fuck. It's like all the people that are like, oh, let all the refugees come in, let all the refugees come in. I saw this guy in England. England was having a protest about letting all these refugees in, and then this guy was walking around, say, hey, you want to let the refugees in? You got any space at your house to stay? He's like, oh, sorry, full up, mate. And then he went to the next guy. Oh, I would, but full up. Like, yeah, no shit. Like, so you don't really support it, because if you really support it, you'd be like, fuck it, I got a backyard and a tent. They can all live back there, you know. But they don't want that shit around their house because they don't trust it. It's just not. Everyone's just looking for a click, you know, and it really just fucking grinds my gears. It's, the world's getting crazy. I feel like we're in that Vietnam cycle, like like the '60s and the '70s when everyone turned into like a gigantic pussy and like, oh, fucking don't be strong. I listened to this thing yesterday about I forget who was talking. There was like a bunch of random people on the podcast, but like it was talking about how it's easy to not be dangerous when you're just not dangerous, or it's easy to be nice when you're weak. It's easy to not be dangerous when you're weak, but real discipline is not being dangerous when you're strong. And that really kind of resonates with me. And then they start talking about like how the average American can't do average American male can't bench press 135 pounds. And I'm like, what? 135 pounds? But it's like, it's crazy. Like, what else do you, it really is true. Like, oh, they're probably so pissed. What's his shirt say? He doesn't give a fuck, too. Game's ruined. What noise? Oh, it's an oil protest. But you know what I mean? Like it really made sense. Like it's easy to be non-violent when you're weak. You know what I mean? It takes real discipline. Be it takes real discipline to be disciplined or to be non-violent when you're strong and capable of violence or capable of action. There was a study, or not a study, a fucking news article that came out in the city I used to live in California. These Sikhs attacked each other with their fucking daggers. They got into a fight over some disagreement and then fucking started stabbing each other. That's the warrior class. You know what I mean? Like the Sikh is the warrior class of like of that religion. They all carry a dagger all times. Like when you and they're like they called them swords in the article, but they're just like big daggers. But like it's a religion, you fucking racist. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's Sikhs. I don't know. I don't know what they got. London. Everyone in London must be a Sikh. Um, they 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 got in some disagreement. There's a lot where I used to live. It was the biggest Sikh population. We used to have the Sikh festival. It's the biggest Sikh gathering in the entire United States. Um, but yeah, they got in some disagreement. I think guaranteed over money. I'm sure, or probably like a dishonorable thing that happened to the family. Because I think some of the Sikhs, younger Sikhs up there, might have been getting involved in some businesses that the family disproved of, and then shit goes down. But like that's how the Sikhs handle problems. You know what I mean? And everyone in America just wants to fucking close their eyes at shit like that. Like that's how problems get solved in the rest of the world. Like, oh, in America we just talk about it and we'll just talk everything through, and that's how you should solve all your problems, is with talk. And it's like, name one time in history that that's ever worked in the history of the world. You know, you've got to be realistic with yourself. You just can't be like, oh well, we're gonna make a change. Like, well, I mean, it sounds great, and I'm all for it if it's possible, but YouTube will ban me. I don't give a fuck about YouTube, to be honest. I don't think I have a big enough channel to be banned. Roach. It's a religion. It's a religion and like a sect of people. Yeah, they're Sikh. I'm looking at that 76. Yeah, I'm looking at that 76. That's where that offer was at. 76, 77-ish area. I mean, there was a big seller at 75, but typically when you see something like that, we normally get a couple ticks above it. So I'd like to see that 76. And then basically from where's this cross? From like 77, 75 to 75, 75 we're all zero print. So there's that's where the liquidation happened from. And so like a retest of that liquidation, unless this offer keeps moving lower, but a retest of that liquidation would be like an opportunity for it if it can. I think. Another good day in the books already. Oil bounced pretty good here. Back up to its back up to its high actually. It's at its high. Hmm. It does. Yeah, and here's the thing is like just draw that line. Draw that line. Right here, let's draw it a little bit better than this. You can get it a little bit steeper, but it's kind of flattening out. But just draw this line, and so if you do get a push down that doesn't get below this line, then it's just liquidation and probably buyers stepping back up back here, that 70 area. But if it gets below, it should take this swing low. It should take that 67. And then if it does, you get an opportunity to go with it. Or if you're in a long, you know that you shouldn't be in a long if that level gets taken. I've got nothing against trend lines. James uses trend lines. He fucking loves them. Just don't use them because it just takes so long. You never hear of them? Well, I guess yeah, maybe just because of like where I lived in Yuba City, like the we just had such a huge Sikh population. My experience with them is that most of them are hardworking ass people, and they use the money as a collective to help the family, which is a I'm all about. But if people start getting big money, sometimes they start to branch out into other things. Especially with the society today, everyone wants to be. People think it's cool to be a drug dealer. Like the only thing that we report on the news is like that the only thing we report on the news like positive wise, because most of the news is just negative, is like fucking so and so won the Super Bowl or blah 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 blah. But no reporting on the struggles that they go through to get there, right? Where they're like, oh, El Chapo got arrested by America and then disappeared through the ground because he's so badass, and it's like, hats off, like that's pretty badass, but that's just like not something that we're striving to be like, at least not my family. I just need to buy my own news network. BBC, the Bitcoin Brad channel. It's yeah. I was asking you, like, what do you guys think about BBC over there? Yeah, because normally, like, if I want to find the truth about a story, that's a channel I'll go to. Mm, yeah, I just look at it like when there's a story going on in America, like there's like a shooting or like a hostage situation. They don't seem to just post shit just to post shit. They just kind of wait until like the story's out and then and oh, okay. No, see, mm, yeah, see on ours, it's like that's all there is. Every day you wake up, I'm like, oh, another school shooting today. Another school shooting today. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but then the stories that don't make the news are the opposite side stories. That's the thing. Like someone's trying to shoot up the Walmart, but there was a guy with a gun. He blasted him in the face, and the guy didn't get to kill anybody. Doesn't even make the cycle. Like, do you guys remember like the Colorado shooting back in the day? Like the crazy Joker. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes no sense to me. Like, ooh, there's a liquidation there in the Nasdaq. Yeah, yeah, that was a perfect short. Even a nice short like underneath of that 72 was good. TJ, if you were Italian, your nickname would be Two Tick TJ. Your trades are so like the entries of your trades. Every time I see them, they're great. You just don't let them work. You know, like a lot of times, you're fucking nailing lows, nailing perfect entries, and then just like got me by two ticks. Got me, just remember, like losing is just part of the game. Like it's just it's like a baseball season. Even the Yankees don't win every week or every day. Yeah, $150. Yeah. Remember that gamma level sitting at 60, 60. Yeah, so 55 is kind of that wall down there. That's their zero DTE. So it should act as support until it doesn't. When it doesn't, it's gonna, the gates of hell open up. How old do you think your kids got to be to watch Lord of the Rings? For those of you guys that have kids, my kids already watched all the Avengers movies, so I feel like difference. Yeah, that makes sense too. Right, it's like a book. Yeah, because they're fucking 3.5 hours long. They're no breeze. You don't just put them on and they're over. No, I haven't. I, I can't get into non or like fiction books for some reason. I've tried a couple of times, but for some reason I just can't. I love the movies, and I've seen the Lord of the Rings movies a ton. Same thing with Harry Potter. That's why I'm kind of excited. There's a new Harry Potter series coming out that's supposed to be like a season per movie, and it's gonna include like all the stuff they left out in the books and the movies. Would be cool. Yeah. Oh, just I mean, like Disney had to have paid her for like the Harry Potter thing that's at Universal Studios. So like, yeah, there's fucking toys. Like there's so Harry. I mean, Harry Potter is like a cult. It's like Star Wars. Like when people go to the movies to see the new Harry Potter movie, they dress up. Like that's how you know it's like a cultish vibe through it. People don't just like Harry Potter; they fucking love it. Same thing. Lord of the Rings is not as much, I guess, because it's kind of just like a quick one, but and it wasn't really for kids too. A lot of times those things are like easier when kids can be on board. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Like fucking what's his name? William Radcliffe, isn't that's Harry Potter? He looks like a completely different person. Daniel Radcliffe, yeah, Daniel Radcliffe, yeah, yeah. He looks like a completely different person. He looks like an adult. He's like a child, like just like a little child. At 68. Mm. Back to the Pock. They're like 78. Oh, from which day? This day? Okay, right here. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, if they can't get above 73, then there's just no chance that it's going to keep going up. Or even 78, I guess that's where the zeros are at. Okay, from stocks. No, I watched it. But they didn't watch it yet. I watched it first because I didn't know how dark it was going to be. Um, yeah, I think the first rated R movie that my it wasn't even rated R, just a violent movie my dad took me to see was Jurassic Park 2. That was like the first like violent movie that I saw as a kid. I mean, I'm scarred from fucking Land Before Time, bro. Remember Land Before Time #1? His fucking mom dies right in the beginning. Fucking tragic. Like that shit. What's it was that? No, Land Before Time was a cartoon movie about dinosaurs. Yeah, Littlefoot. Yeah, Littlefoot, Ducky, Sarah. Yeah. Yeah. I watch a lot of westerns too. My dad's big into westerns. I've probably seen Tombstone like I don't know, 100 times maybe. Yep. You remember the original seller that we saw from earlier kept smacking up here, right where the VWAP's at now. So volume moved down to where he's at because there's a lot of volume there. So if a seller doesn't move down, and we know that there is from 75, 77, 75 to 75, that's where these zeros are at. So, if the market moves up into there and can't clear it, it can't even get to the seller. So that would tell us that the seller must be moving down, right? And if it does clear and gets through here, then we kind of expect it to go straight through it and move back up to where the offer was at originally. It was like 81, 82. And so now we're spending time down here. If we don't start to see the volume increase lower, we're going to be setting up for that play, DJ. Because it would be kind of a sign that lower prices, we've traded 3 TPOs here. Back where the POC is at, there's only one TPO. So we've had plenty of time and opportunity to confirm lower prices, yet it just hasn't happened yet. Right? Volume wasn't willing necessarily to move down. Look, it spooked out. It was like a fucking 2 point move right there. Yeah. Yeah, you get that 1,000 lots that trade on the 70. Right, it just stopped right on that 70. Back right back to it now. Exactly. Right. Showing that these prices are kind of getting rejected. If it's going to go lower to find the volume or higher to find the volume, it's really hard to know. But it makes sense to go back up to that volume because they know it's up there. Last move up didn't really have a real strong bid attached to it. Not really, not any like size kind of stepping up. Right, right. And we really haven't had a change yet of this downside auction, at least like not yet, because we haven't been able to break that C high. Still one time framing to the downside, long ways from the open. The rest of the market is just kind of red. They're not really even rebidding it heavy here. There's finally a little bit of a bid, that 69.5, but On that move up, you didn't really have any like 100 lot bids that came through. Best thing to do is just wait till we get a break of that C high or a break of this C low. To be honest, get that get that information that we're looking for. We are finally seeing a little bit of volume move down here at the 70 level. Lots of volume trying to come in. We've got 20 minutes until the dreaded London close. Uh, one Bowman. I won't be on. I'll leave the YouTube and the Discord and stuff on if you guys want. But I'm gonna go. Who's on at 11:30? Where are you seeing? Oh, Canada. Oh yeah, yeah. And all these speakers, I think, because we're coming into that Fed lockout. Because when's the next meeting? Um, Fed fund rate. When's the next meeting? 15 days. Yeah. So I think after Friday, we won't hear from any Fed speakers for like 2 weeks. Um, and so I think that's why like these Fed speakers this week, because there's one today, there's one tomorrow, and there's one Thursday. I think they're gonna be real important. Flipped over right there, huh? You just wonder if they want to buy it higher, if they're just wanting to buy it, back inside yesterday's fucking VIB. We forgot to Virgin initial balance. Basically, like an area where we can assume that the market had accepted based off of, setting the parameters of initial balance. Oftentimes, like if it trades into it and doesn't trade to the opposite side of it, normally trades back up above it. So it's almost kind of like a single print, right? So if it trades into it and can't get down to this low, a lot of times it will trade back out of it. It's a strategy that I'm just starting to monitor. Well, like for like the past couple of weeks, I guess, maybe a month or so. But you figure like, let's say we get an open up here, we have previous initial balance here, or this one hadn't been closed yet based off the close. Well, we traded above it and rejected it, so we traded all the way down and the low of these line up. So it kind of makes sense. If it can't get back down to this low, then it wants to trade back above it. But we haven't seen the end of the down auction yet. We're still one time framing lower. Yeah, yeah. It looks like the pocket is about to shift here soon, and then it's just a matter of staying below it or staying above it, really. Exactly. And well, and if we look, like a lot of times we look at this volume profile shape, or I mean, how I look at it at least, like when you see these kind of gaps, right? To me, that's kind of saying like, okay, these shorts are stuck here and these shorts are stuck here. How do I know? Because some of them covered, some of them got in, didn't work, they got out. More shorts got in, it didn't work, they got out. Right, and then volume is just basically consistent all the way up to that D high. And if you wanted to, you could break it down even more minute. Sometimes not really helpful. Um, you can see where all the volume's coming in, basically right at the B low, which is kind of mechanical. Um, but we put it back in, and you can kind of assume like, okay, POC shifts down. These sellers are selling a mechanical initial balance low, B low, a mechanical level. We pop above it, ooh, the fucking scarcity hits on. If we start to fill these in, that tells us volume's actually moving lower. Yeah, it's getting a little bit of a taper. The taper comes into play when we don't get excess. So if D doesn't break C, we taper and then get back above, then that's absorption from buyers. But if D period gives us excess, then that gives us the opportunity or the market generated information there, as far as sellers are moving lower. They kind of filled it all in here now. Right. And that's the key thing about lows is like if you get a taper with no excess, then that can be a sign that lower prices are shutting off selling. But if you get a taper that gets excess, well, then maybe the downside hasn't fully been explored yet. And then I like to look for those little gaps to find trap sellers and then just trade against them. But I don't have any trades on right now. Probably should have held the trades from earlier, but mm-hmm. Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Excess would just mean the buying stepping up with selling shutting off. Whereas a poor low is mostly just selling shutting off, not necessarily like a stronger move. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. And that's everything is like contextual too. Like exactly. Exactly. That open, that 61, 60. Yeah, I think 60. And that's kind of where the weak spot in yesterday's profile was at too. Just like, You kind of see like almost like a divot. And there's another key, just a key thing, or just like a kind of a quick thing, right? You look at this profile and you're like, oh, it's a B-shaped profile, but you've got to make sure you know how these profiles form, right? A B-shaped profile doesn't close on the high. So yeah, we may have got some liquidation early on, but we ran into demand and ran the price back up. So you may have had just profit taking back to where the buying was at and ran the price back up. You just got to be careful when you're going through your morning routine and ranking the profiles and stuff like that, um, to make sure that you don't misidentify profiles. I think that can happen sometimes as well. Yeah, and I think it is like super important to really to watch the open. Like if you can only watch certain parts of the market, it's tough to sit here for 8 hours a day. But um, if you can watch the open, first hour and the last hour, I think those are the ideal hours to help you for tomorrow. Because the first hour is going to be the most volume hour, the most people in trading most of the time. And then the last hour, you get to see how people act at the close. And that's like, I think, beneficial information help with your trading plan for the next day. Tesla's doing a little bit of a bounce here. Apple didn't close its gap. Tesla closed. Tesla didn't open up on a gap, I don't think. No, Tesla not open up on a gap. But Apple didn't. Apple's still holding. If you take a little peek around the block, like Apple's up. Um, I mean, Apple's basically flat, so it's still green holding. Um, Nvidia's green. Nvidia actually looks probably like the strongest stock in there. Yes. Hello? Hey. Oh, nice. Oh, good. It should have been free, right? Okay, yeah. And those motherfuckers try to charge you. I don't know if those fuckers were gonna try to charge you, but it should have been free. Oh, good. No complaints by them. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. I'll see you in a little bit then. Right, love you. Bye. Yeah, and you got Nvidia, basically the strongest in the sector, but you got Meta red, Microsoft red, and we're talking Meta's down a full percent, Microsoft down a full percent, Netflix down a full percent, Amazon down almost 2%, Tesla's down 1%. Yeah. Yeah, that's the key too. Like if you're getting short at the low, and you, like let's say your target is still 10 points low, doesn't necessarily mean you should have a 5 point stop or a 10 point stop just because you're looking for 10 points. You know, it would be much less painful to just close it for a loss of one and then still present. The big order block sitting up at 70. The Dow caught a little bit of a bid here too. Stock shift. Watch 68 here. You have 68 rebids and then if 68 rebids. And okay. I probably have. I just don't remember a lot of the names of the movies. Um, oh, yeah, maybe not. I watched a lot of the ones with Emilio Estevez before he was a Mighty Duck. Um, when he used to play Young Guns. Yeah, when he played Billy the Kid. Yeah, yeah. Have you watched what's that show about the gypsies? No, but I've heard that's good too. No, there's a what's this show called? I just finished the series like not that long ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, Peaky Blinders is what I'm talking about. Sellers just got stuck on a 70 half. You you got to power through like the. I mean, it's one of those shows like you power through the first season, and then you're like, oh shit, you get invested. That's what I got to do with Yellowstone too. Everyone tells me I need to watch Yellowstone, but I've watched like the first two episodes, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's like a prequel. It's like a prequel to it, isn't it? Or is it completely different? I'll have to check it out. Like Rambo. I was I was reading this thing. Sylvester Stallone, the most recent Rambo movie that he made. The producers like cut a bunch of shit out of it, and so he re-released it. That's why there's an uncut version. In the uncut version, he just like is murdering people like the whole fucking time. It's badass. Kevin, what's up, man? Ooh, you all right? Oh, shit. Oh, nice. So we might. Yeah, of course. Let's rule that out right away just to make sure there's no fucking misconceptions. Yeah, yeah. She zipped right in. Yeah, true. Not 12 years old, so. Yeah, when I was a kid, my dad, he always tried to enforce the helmet rule. And then, like, as soon as you get around the block, I'll fucking just throw my helmet in the bushes and then pick it up on the once I got closer to home. Oh yeah, motorcycle for sure. Yeah, it's it's crazy here in PA. Like, if you ride a Harley, most people don't wear their helmets. There, no, there's no helmet law here. Let's go. Yeah, there's no helmet law, but you can't lane split here either. Dick. How's it crazy? Well, you got to think if some of the like lane splitting like is almost necessary because like my bike was air cooled. So if I'm sitting in traffic, California, right? If I'm sitting in traffic, then my bike's just gonna fucking overheat and it's gonna stall. I got a lane split. Yeah, that's why you gotta have a thunder header. So you don't have to look. A thunder header. The exhaust system on my Harley was so loud that like you didn't need to see, you didn't need to be able to see me, you could hear me. So hang on, let's go back to the market real quick because I'm about to take off. We saw the market; it started sequencing, showing some short-term trapped inventory traded right up into supply and then puked the lows, right into where we saw that supply from earlier, almost almost exactly, and then put that weak level in, and then back to the lows. And then here we are, 64. Hopefully you got it, TJ. But yeah, I'm gonna go to lunch. Um, um, on the right, like right here. I'll be back a little bit later. Let me. What's. Yeah, so I'll leave the stream on so you guys can still have the screen and stuff. What are you talking about, Kev? The this. You get the screen back up? Yeah, I'm not sure. We've got like the VIB here, and then so these are marking single prints. These dotted pink lines. Yeah, yeah. I'll chat with you guys later. All right. See you guys. Thanks.
I think you're seeing stuff. We got a decent bounce off that low.
Yeah, we
So
did.
that's kind of what you would consider excess now, right?
Yeah, it looks like it to me. I was looking at this video yesterday that was actually talking about this exact trade for a quick scout where um, you're trading in a balance like this and you're looking for the false breakout and the
Yeah.
target of the false breakout is back up to where it started from. I didn't take the trade, but I was literally looking at that exact setup yesterday.
Yeah, it's super common to see that. If you consolidate, it'll break one side and then come back into the range.
Yeah, and he was showing it on the DOM, like how you could see that they were as we broke the low, you could see that they didn't carry on stepping in, and then they got above the bid, and then that's where he entered and targeted uh, where the move started from, the liquidation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice when you see things like that, and then you see them play out.
Yeah.
Like a nice 5 point trade. Charts now.
Come on. Are you fucking kidding me?
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, cool. My mic just fucked up. I'm on Sierra charts now, Roach.
Oh, you weren't. You weren't. Oh, okay. You were in Ninja. Oh, you'll be
Yeah,
better
yeah,
off.
yeah. I was on
A lot
Ninja.
better
Yeah,
off.
switched over yesterday.
Tommy, can't you sell your licenses for Ninja? You make some money, get something back, and then you can pay for the thing.
Probably. I've had
I heard
the
people
license for
selling
ages, and
New enough.
don't even need to use the license with like Apex, who I traded with.
Apex,
So
right? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know what? It might be harder to get rid of the
I'm,
license because
I'm sure you can. I bought a lifetime license. It costs like $1,000 or something, I think.
I
Yeah,
know. Yeah,
I did too. That's why I'm still on it.
right. Yeah, but I'm saying it might be harder now to sell it because people are using Apex anyway. So like, fuck
Yeah,
it,
they
I
get
don't need.
free access to it. Yeah, exactly.
You don't get the
Not that you can't
TPO though.
sell it. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that might.
You have to have the lifetime
When-
license. Yeah.
What, even if you download like a separate one?
Uh, that I
This
don't
is
know. I just know you
ridiculous.
have to add them.
Like you
for
use
Ninja.
AMC's one, right? Or do you use Ninja's? I'd
this
use
AMC Rabbit TPO?
yeah, the one from what's that? Rancho De
Oh,
Niro TPO.
finally
Oh,
got
yeah,
it.
that's the one that I have. Yeah.
Yeah,
You have
yeah.
to have a lifetime ninja
Oh, you
license or
do.
something.
You do.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
How are you getting along using it? Are you used to it yet, or are you just playing with it?
I've done it yesterday. Yeah, I'm not really
Oh,
trading. I'm just watching and
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
trying
gonna
to.
take you a little while.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's way different.
yeah.
You can get more done, but it's like a little bit more confusing, you know. But once you get your head around it, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, if I could use it, trust me, you could use it. Plus, you don't have to know all this. You don't have to know all this shit. You just know what you
Yeah,
need.
once
That's
you
what
got
I
it
do.
set, you're good.
Yeah, and I only use what I need. You don't need all that bullshit. Use
But
what I
like
need, and it's pretty easy.
simple things like, for example, on Ninja, you can just left click on a chart, click indicators, and then flick through all your options for all your indicators and stuff. Stuff like that's a little bit more tricky, but
Yeah. You
I
have to
don't.
know.
Like even just changing the candle color bars and stuff like that. It's like everything's not so simple. You
Yeah.
can't just click on it, you know.
The one good thing about it though is there's a video pretty much or somebody
Yeah,
for everything you
everything.
need to do, you'll find it. You gotta figure it out. Not too bad.
No, yeah. Anything I typed in on Google, it literally comes up at the top with an explanation straight away. You don't even need to click a link.
Yeah. Right.
Chat, what is it? Chat BDC, whatever it is. Tell you everything now.
Yeah. I don't know if that'll help you with this, but
And it's more the actually having a usable DOM.
yeah.
See, the one on Ninja, you can't see anything other than the stacked bids and orders. That's it. You can't see volume. You can't see anything else.
Yeah.
TradingView has a DOM on it now.
Say that
Pretty
again,
big.
sorry?
So TradingView has a DOM on it now. It's real basic, but once it's there, it's kind of cool. There was supposed to be some news later this week, right? A bunch of earnings reports. Is that right?
Yeah. I think when was Netflix? Amazon, I think, or today, right? Or Brad mentioned it. I don't know. I think.
Those are so crazy because everybody that works at least the higher levels of Netflix, they know what they're going to report. I mean, how easy would it be to trade
Okay.
that? It's like
Well, I can't see Netflix giving a good report, right? Don't they? Isn't it a shit show of a company?
I think so. Now that Obama's on the board of directors for whatever reason, I mean,
He's on the board.
yeah, like what is he bringing to the game?
I have no idea. Holy fuck.
Just to make sure the narrative stays. It's like that when they put out that Epstein documentary, they totally skipped the whole '90s where all the important stuff was, and they just kind of skipped over all that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Jeez. But at least crypto's been doing good. That's been keeping me motivated.
Yeah, Bitcoin's been up, right? I don't really watch it too much. I have Coinbase. I'm locked out of my account, so I can't get in. I don't know how to get. I don't know how I'm locked out of that. I'm locked out of Proton Mail. Microsoft. I'm locked out of them. I'm sick of these passcodes. I forget them all, and then I fuck.
Yeah, I'm locked into my Microsoft right now. It's kind of screwing me up in my emails and stuff. I got to figure out how to get back onto that. It's pissing me off. There's no support. You can talk to anybody. Biggest company in the world, and you can't talk to one single person.
Nope. I used to use one password for everything. This way, I got in.
That's
My
what I
wife
do.
said, "Well, you can't do that." My wife said, "You can't do that." Blah blah blah. So I changed all the passwords, and I don't know them.
Yeah.
When you type in you forgot your password, it says, "Do you want me to email it to you?"
Yeah, and then it goes to
It's like,
Proton Mail, and I don't
yeah,
have a.
but Yeah,
I'm not either.
I don't have the password for that.
Yeah, I have no
It's pretty
password.
crazy how many passwords you actually end up having over the years of being on the
Oh,
internet. It's fucking ridiculous.
every store I go to, they want me to join a club.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not joining the club. Could I buy it without the club? I just want to buy it. That's it.
Now they want you to have a membership for everything now.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It'd be a good week for trading, though. I mean, they're still calling for S&P to. I mean, they're still talking about 4,700 and stuff, and about going up. It's like I don't know how with all these companies going out of business. I mean,
Yeah, usually if they're calling for all them prices, we're probably going down.
do what now?
If they're calling for it to go up, we're probably going to go down then.
Right.
Usually that's the way it works.
Well, if we could just have one more mass shooting, I think we'd be set.
Yeah.
It's weird hearing hear about mass shootings in any other country. You know, at least I don't. I haven't. I mean, so maybe because I'm in the U.S., but
Yeah, I don't know. I try not to pay attention to any of it. I don't watch the news.
right.
It only aggravates the shit out of you. What was that, an electric bike you were on, Kev? You must have been
No,
on an electric bike. Oh, no, a
no,
regular bike.
regular bike. And this
'Cause
guy
I
just
know you
came from
mentioned
the side. Do what?
I know you mentioned getting an electric bike, so I just assumed maybe.
I know, and I found this great deal, and I missed it by a half hour. Somebody else picked it up, and it was a fucking smoking deal. Great. But I just can't figure out pricing on these things. I mean, they are, you know, 500 to 5,000 or more, 7,000. Like, how can a bike be $7,000? Not like
Yeah, I saw a couple of expensive
some
ones.
new technology. But so I need exercise. You know, it's like I heal so slowly now, and I'm getting old. You know, it's like it's crazy.
No, I know. But you don't break a hip. You don't heal
Uh,
from that, you die.
yeah, right. Be like like the 1700s where you die from a fucking scratch. You know, it's like oh scratch myself. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Man, we can't pull away from this area.
Yeah, we're just trapped between the excess low and the singles above. Looks
Yeah,
like looks
yeah,
like a B, right?
You think it would just shoot
yeah.
right through those singles and go up to that other distribution up the top there at some point.
I mean, we have pulls your volume here. And if you look at a profile, that's what I'm looking at, like from 66 to maybe
At what
74, 73. It's
at
kind of
what
just
number?
trading in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
right around that rough area there, 67. So if we break down out of that, we'd probably go down to maybe 56, I would think.
Why did Brad do a Discord instead of Zoom?
So we can record.
Actually, it's not sounding too bad. Usually, I can't even talk or hear on Discord, but it doesn't sound too bad right now.
I think it's hard for him to upload the streams when he does it on Zoom. So on here he can just run it on YouTube and we won't be in the background.
Yeah, hang on, bud. Let me just mute. What's up? They're for college. Oh, we're not doing this. Oh,
Really
well
tried-
then, no. Oh, it is.
The open, and pretty much the trade goes open the whole time. You think? And yesterday's open was way lower.
Been getting so many more of these like tight little consolidations recently. Easy to get chopped up in these little situations.
Yeah, especially when you get the false breakouts and shit.
Yeah, like if you see like the 1 minute candles, like there's just fucking no move in them at all. What's this
I'm
from like
talking.
67 to 71?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you don't know if it's gonna break out high or break out low. You know, but you know it's gonna do something. You know.
Yeah, it's funny because you'll look at them afterwards and think, man, I could have traded the shit out of them. Bought the lows, sold the highs. But you just can't do it. Or I don't know. It's hard to do.
Yeah, otherwise you can end up fucking doing 100 million trades.
Yeah, and you get shaken out of them. I guess. I
Yeah, and
mean,
where they don't get the pop that they normally do, it's like
yeah,
it's harder to manage. You know, you get more draw, like more comeback against you. You got to be a bit more patient.
yep.
Let's see
Well, I have
what we
such a
can
hard
do
time
here.
trading in trade anyway. I mean, when I go back and look at my trades, like seems like a lot of them lost during the A period. I really should do a chart and figure out exactly the bitches.
Roach, can you link two charts together so they move together, if that makes sense? Like my DOM moves with my footprint.
Dom could move with your footprint.
So I got the footprint to the right, the footprint to the left, and my DOM to the right. You know, just so they move up and down. So when, say for example,
I
this
don't
one,
think so.
nah,
I don't think up and down. Now you could link you could link charts to go back and like if you're gonna go back in time,
yeah,
like
scroll, yeah, got ya.
yeah, that way. Now, Tommy, maybe you can do up and down. I never really did it. I never tried it. Let's put it that way.
You're doing
Yeah,
excited?
yeah. If I find it, I'll let you know. It'll just be nice. So then I don't have to think, oh, where's this on the footprint? I just know I can see them. They're at the same
Yeah,
spot, you know.
yeah, I got you.
I mean,
Yeah, I
you
just
can
moved mine.
right?
Yeah, you can do everything on TradingView, but it just misses the the key tools you need. I wish TradingView had everything. It's so simple to use. Just drag around, move around.
I love
If you go
trivia.
on chart settings, let's see, chart settings, linking, and
Because I
then you
know
see
Brad had
symbols.
I think maybe one of his charts is linked somehow on the stream.
No, you know what? I think he said he had to do it manually. Didn't he say he didn't? His dome wouldn't scroll together with the other one.
I'll
Say it
see
again?
when I'll ask him when he gets back. See what he says.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It says scroll position for linking, but that means for like you know what I mean, going back.
Yeah, you can get lost. You can get lost in the
Oh,
settings.
oh my God! There's
Oh,
so many choices. I mean, every menu has 100 different options. It's like,
the one thing I'd like to figure out, I wonder if Brad would know. I don't think he could do it. But you know how you have your dome and you could set your chart on the one side of your dome, like like you could have bars on your dome also.
All right. Yeah, I get you. I know what you mean.
I
Like a
can't get my, but I can't get them to footprint to show them. You know what I mean? Like I can't have like,
yeah.
yeah, I can't have. They're just normal bars. I can't have footprint. I'd like to have footprint.
Yeah, that would be
It's no
nice
big
because
deal.
it's linked on the
what,
same level. So when it
what are you
ticks
trying to
off,
do?
Yeah, I just
yeah, that's basically
yeah,
what I want to do.
yeah, yeah. I got it.
Because I saw a real nice chart yesterday. I sent it to Brad. It was so it's the profile chart in the full profile form, so you can see whatever the shape of the profile is, and then next to it's the profile broken out, so like the way that Brad has his, and then
Yeah.
next to
Yeah.
that is the 30-minute footprint broken out with the letters next to the side of the footprint, so you can see exactly what volume happened
Oh,
in the 30 minutes within the what letter, and it just fits in so clean and tidy. It just
Wh-
looks nice, you
Where
know.
did you see that
yeah.
at?
But Brad said he thinks it was Window Trader.
I
Windows.
don't know.
That's what
Yeah.
I think. That's what Jim Dalton uses.
Oh, he doesn't think it was.
No, it wasn't
He doesn't
Sierra.
think it was Sierra. Oh, no, because I was gonna say if somebody had it on Sierra, you could somehow, if you know what you're
So it's
doing.
basically the same thing again. Just want everything on one chart.
Yeah, yeah.
Just makes it so much easier to see where you're at with everything, you know.
You know, TradingView has good tech support too. Like they get back with you pretty quick, and I've used them a couple times. I was actually pretty impressed.
I would bet that if you could do it on Window Trader, you could either do it on Sierra or you could write to them and tell them to
Find a
do
way.
it, and they'll,
Yeah.
yeah, they're pretty good with it. If you tell them what you want, like they'll. That's how they got where they're at. All these suggestions are from
Yeah, yeah,
people.
yeah, Because I
They
went on
just
their website.
accommodate.
I couldn't believe the website. It's like a website from like
Yeah,
1980s.
yeah. Well, you know what it is.
You
They're
got
all their
upload your
customer
pocket. You got
service.
to upload your pocket money.
Yeah, all their customer service guys are programmers, so they
Right.
suck at customer service. They don't want to
Yeah,
talk.
yeah, yeah,
Like when
yeah, yeah,
if I talk to them, I'm like an idiot. Like what's this number over here? They're like, what? Get the hell out. They don't want to.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're
I
in their
saw
mother's place.
anytime anyone asks a question, they just send them a link.
Yeah, yeah.
Here's
But
the
if
link,
you do
bro.
tell them,
Follow the 10 steps, and you'll be good.
yeah. But if you tell them like, hey, look at how I did, they love doing. Well, I'll build. They'll build you in. They love doing that, but they don't want to be bothered with anything.
Yeah, they want to sit on their own and just do coding. Just tell us what you want us to do,
Yeah,
and
yeah. They're in
don't
their
ask
like
us
I
for
said,
any
they're in their
questions.
mother's face. Nerds.
They're gonna rule the world.
Yeah, they're probably good.
Yeah,
Well, they're probably pretty decently paid nerds. I'm sure.
Yeah, they probably didn't see the sun in 6 years. They're fucking down there coding.
Yeah, they're falling in love with AI bots, you know.
Yeah, supposedly that's the thing. They don't hire customer service. They just let their programmers take care.
Yeah, I guess probably is a good thing, because a good thing and a bad thing. Like, they suck at the customer service, but they're always gonna have the
Yeah,
right answer for you, rather than someone that fucking hasn't got a clue, but they'll speak to you really nice. Yeah,
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 but
that's true.
I'll look into it for you. I'll find out. I'll call you
Yeah,
back,
yeah,
and you never fucking hear back from them.
yeah, there's
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Middle Eastern country, you barely understand what they're saying.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, at least you know the nerds are gonna come back with the right answer.
yeah. They're just gonna be. They might be dicks about it, but they'll get you some. Most of the shit that you need help with is already on the forum anyway. You don't even have to deal with anybody.
Yeah,
Go on there.
where they've dealt with it for so long, all the answers are there. It's just literally
Yeah,
like 4 years or 10 years
Yeah,
of
and,
them
also,
helping people.
and the
yeah,
indicators all have pretty good directions too, which is pretty nice. You know.
I think
yeah.
that's the nicest thing about it, right, Roach? That just it's got everything. You don't pay for any
Oh
additional
yeah.
software with it.
No, it's yeah. It's got pretty much everything I need. Like I say, I don't have too many indicators. I don't use too much of anything other than I like all the order flow stuff, the footprint,
Yeah, yeah.
the dome,
Where you can see
time
the
and
actual
sale.
trades trading.
Yeah. And I mean, you got market profile. I didn't even use that before I was in here.
Get them on
And
Trading View.
No, no, no,
no,
Sierra.
Sierra chart.
Oh, it's here.
Yeah.
How's
Am I gonna
the
have to,
report on?
Kevin, am I gonna have to keep repeating myself now to get busting your head or what?
Yes.
Don't keep
I
asking
want
me the
to,
same.
and I want you to give me a really hard time about it too. It makes me feel really good about it.
Yeah.
Suck. Yeah, my one eye is completely closed shut. I only have one eye right now. But, you know,
Really?
who needs
Wow.
two eyes are overrated.
How the fuck? How'd you fall so hard off a bicycle? What were you doing? 50 miles an hour?
Fucking probably like 5. I don't know. No, I was just cruising along and I didn't even see the guy. I mean, he just came from the side. There was bike trails. They're really nice
Yeah.
cemented bike trails, and guy just came out of nowhere and fucking wasn't watching, and he was probably hauling ass. Of course, he didn't get hurt at all somehow. And,
You must be fucking delicate.
yes, I have very delicate face. Doesn't do very
Fucking
good.
delicate. Really got busted up. Sounds pretty
Yeah,
rough.
that was like a mess. Blood everywhere. And then what sucked is getting transported around. You just got blood all over your clothes. You just look ridiculous. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I'd say I got in a Harley accident. Fell off your Harley. That's all.
You have a Harley?
No, I said that's what you should tell people.
No, you do,
You're on your
Kevin.
Harley.
You've got the Harley, mate. You've got the
Well,
Harley.
Or crotch rocket. Yeah, yeah. Tommy, you did it. Tell him again so he remembers.
I have to think twice. I'm wearing a helmet now that I'm old. Soft, soft brain.
Backfilling this little that weak area that we
Yeah.
had.
This time we moved up on a little bit of size.
Yeah, we came up
Not,
with a
not,
bit of
not
juice.
crazy size. Yeah, not crazy size. But
It's one of those ones where before it looked nice with the other shorts where it came up here before, it looked nicer. This one came up with a little bit more tempo.
yeah, yeah, I agree.
Makes you more nervous to take it, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't short it. If it could hold 75, it might run up. What do you think? 80, 78, 80?
70. Yeah, about a half back there. Yeah, about 79, 80, something like that. That's the next notch of volume. But there's a lot of people must be trapped because that was pretty decent liquidation. If we get
Yeah.
up through there, it's gonna be a pretty decent buyer, I would think, because I'd be surprised.
I missed 75. I didn't get to fill.
Was that a Dom trade there, Rog?
Yeah, I traded 75. I hit it, but it didn't fill me. Took off without me.
And what was your reason there? Because we came up into the thin spot. You just wanted to go up to the next volume, not sharp after we cleared the volume that we were stuck in before.
I was just trying to catch a quick maybe point or something, but off of you could see right on 75. You see where the buyer stepped in? I don't know if you could see it or not.
Oh yeah, what, the
And
150 there?
yeah, I got 190 on there. Same thing, but and it's an imbalance in the footprint. If you see that too, you got 190. What do I have? 190 at 75 and 196 right below it came in. I don't know if you see that on the footprint or not.
Yeah, I can see. You could, and there's a nice
Yeah.
little spot there for your stop, right? Just literally a couple of ticks.
Yeah, a couple, maybe under that volume.
Yeah, under
which
that
I don't
mark.
even know if I let.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I let it get. Like if it didn't pop almost immediately, I'd just be looking to scratch it because you got to figure. I'm only looking for a point maybe. Now, if I had two lots on or something, which I didn't because it's not that great of a trade, but if I did, then I'd try to get a little more out of the second. Try to run momentum.
Yeah, it's one of those, right? When you're coming up into the liquidity, you don't know if there's going to be enough people stuck there for you to come back down, or you don't know if they're just going to fill it quickly. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, coming back. You mean coming back to that thin spot, right? Is that
Yeah. When we come back to the thin spot, sometimes they'll just buy straight through it and zip straight through it, and other times where there's enough people obviously trapped
definitely.
from earlier, it just comes back down.
Sometimes they either it pops like you think it's gonna. Sometimes it goes through, or sometimes it goes through a little bit, stops
And
out, and
then
then goes.
comes, yeah, they're the worst ones.
Yeah, so you got to
You're
make a
like,
decision.
yeah.
Are you
I'm gonna hide behind all this weak liquidity, and then it comes up, takes it by like 2-3 ticks, and then just falls.
Yeah.
And you guys don't really use any charts that are showing open interest, right? You're showing like where the majority of longs and shorts are.
Yeah, you could see open interest on here on a daily though. Usually, I look at it. If is that what you mean?
Yeah. Which chart are you using? On Sierra or
Daily chart, Sierra chart.
Sierra?
He said Sierra charts.
Yeah.
Yes.
She was right in your eye. I'm just joking.
Your name is Kevin. Your name's Kevin, and you're in Phoenix. You're talking to Roach.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad you guys aren't assholes about this.
Better to make you smile, mate, than to be miserable.
I know.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt at all to smile, so it's good.
Why? What are you looking for open interest? What are you gonna do with it? You have an idea?
I'm just trying to see where, because we've been consolidating. I know you guys aren't doing crypto, but just looking, we've been consolidating at 30,000 for a good 4 or 5 days now, and just wondering
Okay.
what people are
Now,
thinking.
open interest. If you look at open interest though, like that won't show you. I mean, maybe you know this already, but that won't show you like shorts. It's only going to show you the long position. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you know, because I didn't know that when I used to.
Well, I mean,
The lower it is, the more. Well, not really. It just means that there's lack of long. It could mean there's shorts in there, but it doesn't mean 100%.
right. No, I see what you're saying.
Because like In other words, if you don't own it, it's not going to show. You know, that's all I'm trying. I don't know if you.
Right.
There went through that 75.
Yeah.
That's
It's good. I think they're good for targets, right? That's the best usage I think of them. Like the
well, I think they work
weak
good for
spots.
support in the right context. Like if you get like actually this one ain't the best for that wasn't the best trade. The
Like
one
a
I tried to get.
like a double distribution or something like that. You mean where it's like
Yeah,
splits the day.
or if you got a really nice move, like if it really popped on some volume, on some nice volume, and you want to get you're looking. I think they're good spots to get in, you know. But it's kind of slow. It's 12 o'clock, you know. Could go either way.
12 o'clock.
Yeah, well, there
Yeah,
exactly. If you got it literally filled it to the tick there, Roach. So you're right.
yeah,
It could have been a
yeah,
perfect little short there.
yeah.
Back down to the VPOC.
There's
Because
another little spot here.
you could have even. Sorry, mate. Go on.
No, I was just saying, watch 74 here. You got another one, which it already almost came down. Yeah, 74 quarter came. 74, 73, 75. You had another little, just and maybe get a pop out of a point. Go ahead. Sorry, but go ahead.
No, you're all good, mate. I was just saying you could have just the risk there's so small as well. What's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's nine. That weak spot was like 9 ticks. So you could have, you know what I mean? You could fill in the middle or something like that. You would have at least got.
Oh
What's it?
yeah, if you were looking to trade it to the downside.
Yeah, even if you was just trying to
You
fade
know,
it, it's just a nice little spot to
yeah.
fade.
When I didn't get filled though, I was looking to buy. I wanted to buy it.
To get up into it.
No, in other words, like yeah, when it came back down to 75 the first time, and I tried to buy it, but it
Yeah.
went back up without. Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying. You could have tried to sell it down through it to fill it in. like they're trying to take it up to 80. Because I want to try to go up to. I'm not long or nothing.
I just tried a little one.
Yeah, did you get long? Yeah, I think they might
Yeah,
try to run it up to 80, but it might. I don't know if it's going to come back at all.
struggling a little bit up here though.
Yeah, a lot of volume coming out.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there you go. You're still in it, right?
Yeah. And my stop's at
Yeah,
74.
Yeah.
I could probably put it up probably now to like 75.50, just hide behind this volume. If it doesn't go up this time, then call it.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
You
Yeah, I'm
see like
watching the
that?
Nasdaq. Not really getting a little pop.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one off for a point.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's a nice trade. I should have got long. I was waiting for it to come back a little more. You still got some on, right? Because the ain't
Yeah,
super
I
pop
got one.
right?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah. Yeah, Nasdaq might get a pop here.
I got like,
Slow it up. There you go.
yeah, I got like no risk really.
Yeah.
Break even now. It's one of those days, you know what I mean? I'm not really looking to hold shit for too long, and I don't want it to come back against me because the moves are so slow.
Yeah, definitely.
Come on, let's go.
It's not always about what you get either. It's a lot of times what you don't lose, you know.
Yeah,
Which I know
exactly.
you don't even have to. You could just not take a trade. Try to
Yeah,
get.
and then you fucking lose one, and where it feels slow, you feel like, oh, it's just
Yeah.
a grind to get back.
Yep. Like even that trade I took earlier, I scratched it, but I wrote that. I keep that as that was a good trade because if I could take a shot and take a scratch, that's a good trade. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
for
had
sure.
I had a chance at taking a trade, but I didn't. It only even if I lost, it's a big deal. think we could run up to 80.
That's my second one out.
Yeah, you're out.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, Nasdaq might not break this high anyway. Might get a little rejection. Yeah,
Even if
does,
it goes, I'm good. I'm good with what I got.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the way you got it. Yeah. Like you said, especially today at lunchtime.
Coming up into these single prints as well, you know what I mean? You can get a reaction anywhere. And now we're testing
Yeah, I didn't even.
the next high volume node up on of the day. See, like this
Yeah.
79.80 we was talking about earlier. We literally come up into
Yep.
it now.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't even see the singles. I didn't even. I don't. I have the chart. I forget to look at it all the time.
You can see on the footprint anyway, really.
Yeah, most of the stuff is pretty much the same stuff. It's just in a different. You're seeing it differently.
Different way of formatting it.
Yeah, but I like to, you know, see the profile and see how it works.
You guys know when you try to post a picture on like in the chart there, it's, on my camera it's like it's supposed to be, but then it puts it on the side when I go to post it, and I can't seem to get to flip around. We're gonna post a picture of how.
I definitely wouldn't know how to fix it. I don't know.
Yeah, you're asking the
What
wrong
do you
Really
mean?
man.
weird.
I don't
Oh,
even
come on,
like
you
touch
guys.
my phone.
Come on. I mean, you guys are experts in shit.
Yeah,
Damn
not with mobiles, man. I don't even
it.
like fucking picking my phone up.
Yeah.
How old are you?
29.
How old? Is it 29?
29. Yeah.
Come on.
Mate, yeah,
You're only 29.
for the last 29. For the last maybe 6, 8 years. I don't really even look at my phone. I don't use social media. I don't do none of that shit.
Yeah, I don't. I don't even know where my phone is. Honestly, I don't know where. I know I have the ringer off, so I won't hear it.
Yeah, I can't do any social media. It's so toxic.
I have it just to if people like want to contact me or anything like that, but nah, not really. I have the fucking enough shit to deal with going through my work emails, stuff like that. Answering my work phone all the time. I haven't got time to be fucking in seeing what everyone's doing on social media.
It's crazy how people are just on that shit for hours and hours.
Yeah, it's a time suck.
I like YouTube though. I like YouTube. YouTube.
Yeah,
I
me
use it
too.
a lot. I'm always on
It's
YouTube.
kind of so damn censored, though. I mean, it used to be so much better. And I don't know. But just for like trading stuff, that's all awesome. I mean, or if you need to
Yeah,
fix anything, guys, gotta fix something. There's definitely a video about
yeah, I agree with you. I used to throw my stuff away. Flip it. Okay, I'll come get it.
New
I
one.
used to throw like washer and dryers and shit. I just throw them away. Now I just fixed my dryer. It cost me $3. You know what I mean? $3.50.
Yeah.
You know, normally I would have thrown it out. YouTube. I go on YouTube, test some things. Done.
That's
Works
awesome.
nice. Dishwasher.
Straight up to the
I did
80.
throw, I
Down.
did throw one really good washer out one time. I got mad. The fucking thing kept getting whatever under the ring, right? And it would stink like I don't know what it was, mildew. I don't know what it. You're supposed to clean them. I don't know if you ever heard.
Yeah, the black mold in the
Yeah.
rubber.
Finally, the one time I walked by, it stunk. I said, I grabbed it. I start ripping it out of the thing, you know. I drug it out to the curb, and then I went and got my sledge and bashed it up into all kind of dents and that, so I couldn't bring it back in. I couldn't change my mind. My neighbor was watching me. Funny. Yeah. He said, "That's it. I'm sick of smelling." I tried to clean it a bunch of times. I went and bought a new one. That was when I was younger.
What, about 6 months younger?
Yeah. And, that was probably about 15 years ago. Yeah, I wasn't that young, but younger.
Yeah, it's
Some
pretty
guy
happy.
came and took it for
What?
metal. He came and took it from. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No. I was just saying. I put it out to the curb, and the guy picked up the scrap metal. You know what I mean?
I had this big ass TV that was one of those reverse projection TVs that nobody wants anymore, and had it out there. Nobody would take it. And somebody said, "Oh, put a sign." I put under $50 for it. Gone the next day. It's like,
Oh yeah. I still have a projection. I still have one down in my cellar. I don't really watch it, but I still have it. Can't give it away. Nobody will take it. Still works. It's probably about 25, 24 years old, 23 years old.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be back, boys.
See you, Tom. Yeah, this thing is not moving.
yeah,
Wait until I get
Lincoln's
the
log. I posted a picture of me so you can see how crazy I look.
Where'd you post it, bud?
Lincoln log. I tried to put it on a Brad's chat, but it just I don't know. It always sends me to Lincoln logs thing. I don't know what. So under his chat, under his
Oh yeah, here it is. It's wow. Yeah, here it is. It's sideways.
I can't get to go. It's straight on my phone, and then as soon as you post it, it goes sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
nasty
that
phone.
posted up good. Huh?
Yeah. Worst thing is that my hands are fucked up. Like on one side, like I've stitches in like 3 knuckles, so I can't like
Yeah.
close my hands. Sucks.
Yeah, that's tough.
And one of them still keeps bleeding. I don't know if I have to go back. And then they say that these stitches will dissolve. So it's kind of a crazy technology.
Yeah, that's what they do now. Although they usually put the dissolving ones on the inside and then they stitch up with good ones on the outside. They have you take
Yeah.
usually,
It might just be because there's a bone right there or something. I'm not really sure.
maybe.
Or
Yeah.
maybe it's not really a bone.
How long ago?
Like 3 days ago.
3 days. Oh, okay.
So what is today? Tuesday. So on Saturday.
Mhm.
I just can't believe this cop just refused to give his name and say he was even a cop. I mean, you'd think that if he really did roll up onto somebody that just crashed all by themselves, and you're like, hey, I'm an officer, I'm gonna help you out, blah blah, something like that.
Yeah. Just a
Yeah,
basic human being.
didn't happen at all. And all of a sudden he's doing like chest bumps with these cops. I'm like, wow, I really know these, he's like friends with these guys. And
Yeah.
the ambulance guy's like, yeah, I think he's off duty. I'm like, what? How the fuck can you say that? So I try to get his name, and pretend like he was on the phone. And asked him again. He was like, yeah, just straight up with me. Like, all right, there's something going on here. But I was so disoriented and shit anyway.
Yeah.
If I'm talking to myself.
Well, you know where he rides his bike, so you can find him.
Right.
Heal up.
I like that. Yeah. Big
Get
old
some
fat dude.
revenge.
Yeah, so all those cops that shot that kid like 40-something times, they dismissed that. Crazy. It's like 8 cops or something all shot this kid like 40-something times. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I guess they had the grand jury or something yesterday. I don't know, it was on the news. Like, fuck. I mean, if you empty your clip on somebody, you just have no control. I mean,
Yeah.
it's serious. It keeps you when everybody else is still shooting too, and it's like, I wonder if somebody's like, okay, it's enough. Everybody stop shooting. Or everybody just ran out of bullets. Like, all right, we're all out. Crazy.
I think for like basic training, like I think they usually tell you at least 3 though. Pop, pop, pop. I think they usually shoot 3. But every situation, that's just a general.
Yeah, and there's all that craziness happening in Chicago right now too, which is goes just riots, or I'm not really sure what's going on, but
That place is a shithole.
fucking right.
My
And
niece
they're like
lives. My niece moved.
talking to this new mayor
moving.
trying to get to say that looting's wrong. He wouldn't even say that looting's wrong. He was like saying that, well, these corporations, shouldn't be looting the money from our pockets, whatever. And the reporter's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just glad I got to go to Chicago like 20 years ago when it was nice. And, I don't know.
Yeah, I was never there. I have no words. I have no words to go anywhere really. I'm good at my house.
Yeah,
I'm happy in my house.
I'm a traveler. I want to get a boat again. I had a boat for a long time and stayed on that for a long time. It's great. My dream is to do this thing called the great. It's called the Great Circle or Great something, but kind of something you do when you retire. It takes like 6 months, but basically start on the very top of the Mississippi, Minnesota somewhere right there, and take the Mississippi all the way down to the Gulf, and then you go Gulf around Florida, and go all the way up the East Coast, and go into New York, and then
Yeah.
Gulf, and go into the Great Lakes. Yeah, it took like 6 months. You stop like all these cool places. Yeah, it's supposed to be amazing. So what I was doing before, what my plan was before COVID happened, was there's a freeway that goes from Alaska to the very bottom of Argentina called the Trans-American Highway, 20,000 miles long, and looks like 15 countries, and super amazing. And so when COVID happened, they closed all the borders, all the countries, and everybody had different rules, and you had to have proof of vaccination.
Yeah.
All kinds of crazy
Yeah,
shit.
that
Yeah,
sounds like a nice ride too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there's so many Americans that are moving, that are become expats, and they're starting up these little communities, and tons of them in Mexico, but it's all through. Big one's Costa Rica, which everything I've seen on Costa Rica just looks amazing, But it's so cheap. I was looking at these houses that freaking mansions with streams running through there and waterfalls and stuff, like $25,000. It's like,
Yeah.
Dream.
Kev, hang on, bud. I'll be back. I gotta go take care of the dog a second.
I'll be here.
Can't fucking mute on this.
Ouch. Go for a walk. Mm-hmm. 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 Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Yeah, yeah. Listen. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah.
I'm back. Didn't do nothing. Huh?
What's up, guys? Did I get disconnected? What's up, guys? What? Oh. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. Love you too. I don't know why my stream stopped. Love you too. But I didn't stop sharing my screen or anything. Maybe it just timed out because I wasn't. I don't think the YouTube stopped. Ugh. That would just been doing nothing, huh? That was good. Went to this what's it called? The fucking something diner. We got a BLT club. Yeah, you know. Yeah. It wasn't normally we go to the glider, but we went up to the one up by the mall. Can't remember what it's called. Good though. Has the they have these euros there that are fucking fire. Like a you probably call it a gyro. No. Nah, this not a hoagie. No, this is like a it's a Greek. It's like it's a Greek dish. A hero. There we go. Yeah. Everyone. Oh yeah, yeah. I call them euros, and then yeah, people call them heroes, and then people call them gyros because they're spelled with a G. Yeah, white people. Yeah, that's how like a family friend of ours. We used to do this Greek festival every year in Santa Cruz, and they're Greek. Well, they're half Greek, half Mexican, and they would call them heroes, like fucking with their accent and stuff. I just call them euros because it's easy to say. It's close enough. But they were the same way. You call it a gyro. It's a fucking gyro. Like, all right, we'll fucking spell it differently then. Yeah. Yeah. The Italian, you gotta drag it out. Like, you make the word fucking 36 letters long. All of them are vowels, yeah, and they're fucking all doubles. Like ganache. Like, what the fuck? You ever seen the word ganache? Like, doesn't look like it says ganache, that's for sure. Yeah, gnocchis, yeah. My wife loves those fucking gnocchis. Of course, bro. They're fucking potato. Fucking. Yeah, she's Irish, so. Yeah, no problem, Jason. It looked like he was pretty fucked up, bro. Glad that you're alive, man. That picture looked like a fucking beating. Snap your fingers. Yeah, it's just about to go down, I think. Okay. Yeah, you gotta or pay. Yeah. A lot of times they have like a buy-in. Like you pay $15,000 for like the seat or something. They fund you. Yeah, if they like you or like how your brain works. We we sat down at the diner at lunch, and like as soon as I got my food, I put some salt on the fries and the chips. Yeah, without tasting them. My wife goes, you know, one time Henry Ford was doing a job interview with two people, and one person salted their fries before tasting them, and the other people just ate them before they salted them, and he hired the person that didn't use the salt before. And I'm like, that's the dumbest fucking reason I've ever heard in my entire life to not hire somebody. I was like, thank God I'm not fucking. Me too. Yeah. Like if there was enough salt on the fries, I would see it. You know what I mean? I would know. That's how. Hmm. Yeah, that does make ketchup better. Yeah, you're not eating them. Exactly. People just read into too much shit. I think like that's just to not hire someone. Like imagine if someone just likes salt, right? Like I like salt. I drink a lot of water and it flushes out a lot of the salt. So I'm not really worried about high blood pressure. I don't have high blood pressure, so I'm not really worried about stuff like that. But like imagine Nasdaq's gonna be short right here. Imagine like imagine just like not picking someone for a job because they salted fries, regardless of all the other fucking skills they may have. You don't hire them because, yep, see perfect Nasdaq short. Imagine, took one off right there. Imagine you don't hire someone just because the fuck because they like salt. Like, what if fucking Elon Musk like salt? You didn't hire him, and he fucking started Tesla. You feel like a fuck. Right. Yeah, you're being. Sometimes you're just too smart for your own good. Yeah. Yeah. Some fucking guy. Yeah. Oh yeah, genius. And it's always hindsight. Like guaranteed. Like Henry Ford didn't cough up that information until after it worked out. Yeah. What happened to him? Like, oh yeah, he started Chevy. Like, oh. Nasdaq's weaker still than the rest of the bunch here. What's Netflix doing? Yeah. It's all about forward earnings though for Netflix. Over deliver, yeah. Which is what they've all been doing. Yeah, Netflix looks like a bag of shit. Little cup and handle action on Netflix going on. A perfect fucking Netflix has been doing good lately though, like coming off of that low. Still holding pretty decent. No, Netflix today and then Tesla tomorrow. Yeah, Tesla's in like a real tight consolidation right now. I think Tesla's coming back down to 150. Gap above on Tesla up at like 250. Trading 185 right now. Dixon City. Yeah. That might be what it's called. Dixon City. Oh, it's called the Viewmont Diner. Yeah, it's pretty good. They got a big menu too. It's kind of like Reminds me of like the Cheesecake Factory. This one serves breakfast all day too. Mm, I mean, I think they're trapping a lot of shorts down here. We're still having like weak lows. We do have this weak highs though. We kind of got through this liquidity area too. What do we trade? Right to value area high, basically. Yeah, singles above. Can't imagine there's still trapped inventory though. I think there's just no buying. Yeah, that's the way to go. If you get, I mean, if you know that people around you are successful, then your odds of becoming successful as well are obviously going to be increasing. The Dow's back above its open. Nasdaq's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here as well. Yeah, when we get this shift of value here too, we got 4 TPOs down here, we got 7 here. So we moved off of the 4 to the 8, moved up to 5, and then BPOC shifted up. Now we're eating these singles. Looks like a little rinse and repeat of yesterday. I mean, you're one time framing up, a little bit of down ticks here, but for the most part, little 45-degree angle to the POC and back up. Yeah, that wasn't a bad area to short. As long as you get out of the way before it started going. Yeah, it does. Everything's finally breaking up over that spot. If it gets back above this 89, that would take us back above this 2-day balance. We didn't really trade. Well, I guess we traded right to that POC from the 2-day balance. Yeah, just look, because there was a bunch of bids that got, stepped up but kind of got stuck, like, 79 area, 80. They rebid that level and should be good for a pullback. But bids definitely look stronger here. And Bowman's on right now, right? We were watching very closely for potential signs of more banks. I guess Gary Gensler got on today and said he blamed the bank collapse on crypto. Yeah, it's up. I mean, it's above 30,000 still. Yeah, and you need like to know like fucking 10 code words and so That bid stepping up nicely on that spot, 79-ish area. I'm gonna fade right here. I think against this eye high, fail to close that single print. You're giving up a point of risk here, but just kind of a weak look. You just have to watch like every single weak spot here. So like 79, no bidders were there before. Yeah, they couldn't get it. Yeah, Apple actually looks like pretty strong. We'll never close the gap. Still not back up towards its high or anything, but that just looks like shit. Yeah, see if they can offer this down. They're selling it here. They just got to get past 78. It kind of puts them back in volume and should come back to either this thin spot or settle. Nice. Yeah, I got in an 80 quarter. 80 quarter, 79, 75. No, I just took one off at 78, and then yeah, the second stop is, well, actually, it's not a break even. It's up at. I'll probably just flatten out. I won't let it. If it can't get below 76, this 77, this kind of like a weak spot area, then I'll just flatten out. Then maybe try it again. go. That's exactly what we wanted to see. And the low. No, it's coming back a little bit. Definitely not at the speed of Nasdaq or anything. Nasdaq's about to go back to the low. That's how we do it. Oh, I bet. Yeah, because that Ninja Trader Dom is an absolute pile of shit. Yeah, it's a little bit easier to see because it's all located on the same like spot, the same chart. You're not having to like look at this chart, look at this chart, look at this chart, look at this chart. You know, it's hard. Like, um, it refreshes like the orders traded, but you can clear the volume, like the bid ask volume on the right side, by just right clicking. You right click and then it'll say like uh, yeah, well you could reset it, I guess, yeah. Um, but you just click, yeah, clear current traded bid and ask volume, or you could do clear recent. That will clear this column, and then you can clear the middle one. But yeah, you the to clear the bid ask, it's this one, clear current traded bid ask volume, and then you can clear the pulling and stacking as well, like this. Less important. Yeah, it just clears this. Yeah, I use the same thing. And you can clear it above or below as well, which is nice too. Like, so let's say like right here, we wanted to see if we get a decent rebid above, then we can just clear the volume above. So if it comes back and we offer, in this case, free offer above, then you should kind of see our offers start to hit the tape instead of having to see like a cumulative trade. I think oil is closed right now. Oil closes at 2 or 2. May yeah, yeah, yeah. Normally J's like a correction period. Yeah, yeah, it could be. I never thought about that. I don't know if oil really has that much pull on the ES. Definitely on the Dow it does though, because the Dow is basically like healthcare and oil. What's up? No, I was chilling. What's up? Oh yeah, you could. Yeah. Hmm. Um, you could the easiest way to do it would be to take your numbers bars chart and then turn chart DOM mode on, but then you don't have the same, like the DOM's a little bit different. I fucking hate it like that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, just because it could be right on. You could sync them. So if you put your DOM like right next to your numbers bars chart, you could link them so they maintain the same level and same range and everything. Yeah. Yeah, so go to your settings, like right click on your chart, go to settings, chart settings, and then on the top there's linking, and then you go to a link number, and the number doesn't matter really. It's just it's not the number of the chart, it's the number of what you want linked, and then just click a number, and then go to your DOM and do the same thing, and then just make sure it says like scroll position, all that bar space, all that bullshit will. Yeah, it's just hard because like you figure if you look at your numbers bar chart, like right now mine's like 71 half low, 86 high. On my DOM it's 68 half low, 84 high. So it would make the DOM a little bit more like spread out, I guess. My whole screen's pretty much DOMs and bar charts right above the DOMs to that correlate to that chart. Yeah, I'll be fucking chewing. They do like every once in a while it'll say it like underneath. Um Trading with Tom or something. Yeah, some people are like obsessed with telling you who they are and fucking what bank they used to work for and fucking how many times they've had their dick sucked. Like, yeah, it's like Jesus. Those guys are good. I like their style too. Like they stay real small or real like calm, real mechanical. Like it seems like their main focus is managing risk, and that's like I think the true sign of success. Like anyone can fucking put on 100 lots and take a point, you know. But like, can you put on 100 lots and when it goes a point against you, can you close it instead of just hoping that it's going to come back? You know, that's the real sign. Because like exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like that's why I always say like win rate's not really that important. You know, if you win fucking 25% of your trades, but that one trade win is $500, and the other fucking three, like if you win one out of four trades, right? And the one trade you win $500, and all the trades you lose $100. Well, you're still up $200. That's still, the trading percentage of people get so focused on like, oh, I want to be, and I have an 80% win rate. I have a 90% win rate. It's like, look, today, like, how long are we talking here? Because it's not a long time. That's just right. Right. That's a big thing. Yeah. No, I think that's a huge thing. Is like imagine if you bought the market, if you bought the market at the B low today, right? But let's just say you bought it at the initial balance low. You bought it at 70. Well, it went to 64. So you took 6 points of heat, and now you're up 6 points. You close the trade as a 6 point winner, so you make $300. But you also were down $300 at one point, and now you win. You win $300, and you're like, genius. But are you though? Like, because like if you're gonna trade like that, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with trading like that, right? You buy the initial balance low, it goes below, it fails. The problem is psychologically you're more likely to close it back for break even or to close it back for a winner instead of letting the trade work out. Right? Let's say you buy the initial balance low, and like you have favorable trade location there. If you're long 70, 71, you have favorable trade location. Are you going to sit through all these rotations, G, H, I, J now? Like, are you sitting through all those rotations and letting the market come back to the open? Letting the market come back to that 89, that T2 high, which is where, that would be the exit for that trade? Or are you just closing it out now and then boom, look at me, fucking made $300 today. Genius. I think that's just as bad of a trade. Well, that's like MFE and MAE. That's what those are used for. Right. Right. If all of your trades are fucking, you take twice the risk to make what you make, like, it's just not a sustainable long term. So like maybe someone's hot, they're taking risk, they're making money. You speculatively invest in something like that. But long term, you've got to know that that's not going to work out. You know, like fucking, it's like someone who's had 1,000 eval accounts and now they're up 50 grand. Like, I'm a good trader. They're like, where at? You know, like past couple months, yeah, but where's the you're not getting hired anywhere with that kind of record. You're getting fired. Like I said, like if you're on a trading desk and you made $100,000 today, but at one point you were down $100,000, they're not gonna look at you like a fucking hero. They're gonna look at you like, you lucky son of a bitch, because that's all it is. And then they're gonna fire your ass, especially if you start doing it a couple of days in a row. It's like, yeah, that it's psychology because you want to win. And it works the same inversely too, as people, instead of letting their trades work, like, so like people have the same issue as you where they move their stop away because like, it'll come back, it's gonna win. People get a tick in a profit and they're like, fucking break even, and then it stops them out, and then the trade goes without them. It's a that's the same, to me, that's the same issue. It's like you just want to win instead of letting the trade work. And because there's only two options in your trade. You're either going to win the trade or you're going to lose the trade. Like, I'm in a Nasdaq short. Sorry. No, you're good. Go ahead. Go ahead. And that's only going to happen if you're documenting. If you're not journaling, and if you don't have these checklists and these reasons and things like that, like that shit's not going to happen. It's just not something that happens organically. You know what I mean? Like if you can't compare yourself to your previous self if you don't have any record of your previous self. You know what I mean? And like if you don't have those reasons like you're talking about, like, oh, okay, I got in because they thought this was going to bid here, but and it stopped bidding, just get out. Just like you're saying, like it should be just as easy to get in. Like it's so easy to get in a trade. For some reason, for some people, it's so hard to get out. And it should be just as easy as getting in. What they should do, well, what people should do is make it so they can't adjust their bracket. So like they put their trade in, they put their stop in. Like, can you imagine if you put your trade in and wherever you put your stop, as soon as you got in the market, that's where it's at. It's not going anywhere. It's not going up. It's not going down. Like that's where it's at. You're gonna have to accept that trade. Only thing you can move is your take profit. All right. Like Ricky Gervais always says, I'll take one heroin, please. One heroin's not gonna kill you. But then the thing is like, well, it's just one a day, you know. Oh, one heroin here, one heroin there. Like eventually, like you're saying, like you're tricking yourself or lying to yourself, and a lot of times the worst thing that can happen is that it works. You do these things that are bad habits, but they work, and you're like, I'm a genius. Like I did this last time, it worked fucking great, right? And then that one time it doesn't work, or that time it doesn't work, it's like people either fall into like complete capitulation or they're like fucking market got me. Ugh. And it's like newsflash, the market doesn't know who the fuck you are. Exactly. It's a game against yourself. And that's the thing is like people. I mean, it all comes back to it's literally just you versus you. When you're out here trying to beat someone else or be better than someone else, you stop focusing on yourself, which is who you're playing against, and then and then you're focused on somebody else trying to beat them when really the version of yourself is just beating you. I mean, it definitely sounds easier. It is easier to say than to execute. But the thing is, if you don't start, you're never you're and you just keep well. I'll just is like a fucking addict's favorite phrase. One more beer. One more shot of heroin. Yeah. Eh. And like, and it just that's how you develop these bad habits. And it really does like it takes a complete. I think it just takes complete. You've just got to quit. You got to just stop trading completely. You just gotta. The only way once you start developing these bad habits, if you start to notice them, you've got to. The only way to combat them is to completely not trade. Just watch the market. Which I mean, if you go to a trading desk and like you come from never trading profitably, because they do, like Roach is saying, they do hire people that know nothing. Those are probably their favorite people to hire, the people that know nothing, because they can train them up how they want. But they they don't let you fucking make any real trades for like a minimum 3 months, minimum. So you're sitting there watching the market every single day, watching everyone around you fucking make money, and you're just fucking staring at the screen like an idiot, writing down these trades you would have taken, watching the money you would have made, shoulda, coulda, woulda, and then you get that. But that's what they're doing. They're developing that ability, which is something that nobody ever develops because everyone just wants to make money right now. Nobody ever develops an ability to just sit there and do nothing. And I mean, right. It's like exactly. I used to get in arguments with Jared about that all the time because he would say the same thing. He can't watch the market. He has to trade, and it's like, I mean, he's gotten a lot better, but like it's really like you have to do it. You think a fucking imagine if you're a batter and you swing at every single pitch. I can't stand on the fucking plate without swinging the bat. Well, guess what? You're not gonna fucking play. The manager's gonna fucking dump your ass. Yeah, just in sim. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. And the worst part is sometimes when you do that, you win, even though it sounds like that would be good. It's not. Easily. Yep. Yeah. Unless you're trading $1 million account or some shit. Well, and that's the thing. Like, what we're doing isn't. It's a completely different game when you start getting up to 250 contracts. You know what I mean? You're getting those 250 contracts on today, but you're not looking at the P&L at all because you're not taking any of those off unless there's a break. You're getting 250 contracts filled in a spot that seems fair to you, and you're waiting for it to move in an actual direction. Not like the trade itself is going to be $1 million winner or $1 million loser, not a fucking $100,000 win. Like if you've got 250 contracts on, let's say times 50, that's what, $125,000 of margin minimum. So you're looking at minimum account size 125,000 to have all those contracts on, and if it moves one tick, your broker shuts you down. So you're gonna have to have $1 million contract or $1 million account to trade that kind of size, and that's what people don't understand because, and especially these fucking prop firms, kind of, you know, well, they're not even prop firms. That's the thing, is like they call themselves prop firms, but they're paid sim accounts. Even when you get a PA account, it's a sim account. It's not a real account. Unless you get switched over to like T3 Solutions where I'm at, or like, you know, whatever other actual prop firms that some of these other prop, and I'm using quotations, companies use, then you're still trading a sim account. It's just when you're on a PA account, they actually have to pay you money, and they get the ability to copy your trades into real if you're doing, you know, if they want to, which they don't. They might say they do. They're not. It's just not in their best interest to copy a non-professional's trade. You know what I mean? Like if I gave you the opportunity to copy the fucking, and that's another thing too, is like if you have all these professionals out there doing something a certain way, you're like, I'm going to do it my own way. Like, okay, you go to the Yankees fucking batting camp. Hey, buddy, come here. Go ahead and take a seat. I'm gonna bat this however I want. Cause yeah, you might be the Yankees batting coach, but I'm fucking Brad Haven, you know? Like, okay, you know, fucking, it's just stupid. You know, like, there's a reason Kobe Bryant studied Michael Jordan. You know, it's like, it's just mind blowing to me the retail mentality, or like the average person's mentality, thinks they can make it in trading by being average. Just not going to happen. You know, it's just like, and that's the worst part, is like, it's not just one thing, you know, and it's not just like, okay, well, I fixed this problem, I should be good now. No, right? You might have fixed this problem, but guess what? There's a fucking another problem over here, another problem over there, another problem over there. Right? I fixed all those problems. I'm good now. No, another problem. Like, if you're not constantly improving yourself, or at least trying to improve yourself, it's just not gonna. It's not gonna. You're not. The longevity is not gonna be there. It's just, yeah, 1% a day. That's what we say in jiu-jitsu. Get 1% better every day. Try to get 1% better every day. Yesterday, we did this fucking spider web, and this guy got out of my armbar quick using this elbow pressure technique that I had never seen before. And we started again, spiderweb. He got out the same way. We did it again. It took him a little bit longer the third time, but he still got out the same way. And then time ran out, so we switched partners. And then I'm in the spiderweb. I use the same thing that I just watched him do to me and fucking work like a charm. You know? I'm like, well, fucking, there's the 1%. And it's like a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just sit there and they have this one specific way that they've learned how to do this thing. And like, I'm just going to do that and only that. And that's it. And like you're saying, like being a one trick pony, it's just not going to work. You've got to force yourself to be better every day. And it's like that David Goggins thing that I posted. I guess maybe you guys won't have it on here. Let me see if I can email it to myself. I posted on my Instagram. I sent it to like a bunch of my friends, make them feel like shit. That's what I do. Like, hey, you fucking suck. So try not to suck so much.
I don't want to do some fucking shit. Like, okay, man, do you want to be a bitch today? Do you want to feel like a little bitch? Do you want to walk around all day knowing that you could, but you didn't? You have to learn how to get up and do shit when you ain't got no fucking 5K, no 10K, nothing. Nothing exists. Your life fucking sucks. You're in the fucking dungeon. But guess what? Still going to get every fucking.
You know, it resonates with me. He says like, you want to go through every day knowing that you could have but didn't. And I bring up the Jim Dalton books all the time because we've been doing this, 2 years, right? I've been telling everybody to read these books since the beginning, right? Look inward and ask yourself, how many times have you read it? That's your textbook, right? We practice theory while we trade, but those are our textbook. Those are our fundamental rules. You know all of them? Right? Like, that's the thing is like, I do. And I read the fucking books all the fucking time. When I'm fucking bored, boom, pick up the book. Just read a fucking couple pages. Why not? That's what I do every day is I fucking watch a TPO, so I better know what the fuck's going on with it. It's the point of watching. You're not gonna learn something by just fucking staring at it. You might learn like some basic rules, but you're not gonna learn the ins and outs and stuff. It's like, have you ever someone who's never watched hockey, they can't watch hockey on TV because they have no idea where the fucking puck's at. Right? Because they don't know how the game works. And so, unless you study, you can't come on here and expect to be fucking good or to know what the fuck you're doing. It's just not going to happen. The people that that we go to war, we don't fucking just go to war and we're like, I've been working out every fucking day. I've been watching people shoot guns all the fucking time. I've seen Rambo 1,000 fucking times. It's like, it's like people on the street. Like, oh, well, that's why I carry a gun. When's the last time you shot that fucking gun? You know what I mean? When's the last time you shot that gun under some pressure? When's the last time that you actually were in a hand-to-hand combat situation? So all that bullshit talk is like, oh yeah, if some big guy tries to fight me, I'll just pull my gun out and shoot his ass. Fuck you will. Fucking piss your pants before that gun comes out. You know what I mean? Like, it's so easy to talk. But if you don't put that into practice, don't expect it to come to fruition. You know what I mean? Don't expect to go to the range and shoot fucking expert if you fucking shoot twice a year. I got into this argument one time with this captain. I called her, actually I didn't call her, I asked her if she was fucking retarded because she lined up a bunch of kids to shoot across this fucking LZ, and on the other side of the LZ was a hospital made out of mesh. Well, what if we got fucking patients in there? What about the other soldiers that are in there? And then one of the soldiers fucking chimed up. He's like, hey, Sergeant, I shoot 40 out of 40. Like, yeah, and the fucking prone at a target that doesn't move. Under no pressure at all because it doesn't matter if you shoot well or not. But imagine if I told you, if you miss this fucking shot, you're going to run a mile. If you miss the next shot, you run another mile. You guess what? You got 40 fucking shots. If you miss them all, you're going to run 40 fucking miles. Well, that's going to change your process a little bit. And so like you've got to be pushing yourself to that. If these are your expectations, if you have these high expectations like I have for myself, I can't expect to just get on the computer every day. I did good yesterday, here I go again. You know, every single day, without fail, I read at least one chapter of a book every single day, without fail. I'm too tired, doesn't matter, fucking do it. Why? Because I can, regardless if I remember it or not. It's like cold showers, right? Cold showers, they suck ass. And guess what? They suck ass every single time and never get better. They might get a little bit easier because your body becomes acclimatized to them, but it's not. It's not something I look forward to every day. Not like, yeah, fuck, can't wait to get in the shower, fucking turn that bitch to cold and just stand there and fucking hate it. You know? It's like, you know, you want to, and like my uncle's saying, it all comes back to you. You're not competing against me. Oh, fucking Brad reads a chapter a day. I'm going to read 2 chapters a day. Who gives a fuck? Maybe you read a page a day, but you read a page every single day. Right? Maybe you read 10 chapters a day. Right? It has nothing to do with me reading a chapter a day or you reading a chapter a day. It has to do with you. And like, just like my uncle said, like, it all comes back to ourselves. We're in a situation where like it's almost like we're focused on beating somebody, but the thing is we're not trying to beat anybody else but ourselves. And if we keep continuing to try to beat other people, it's just, you know, it's a slippery slope. Slippery dippery. I could listen to shit like that all day. Fucking David Goggins fucking motivates the shit out of me. He's a fucking savage. You missed it. I was like on a 15-minute rant. Yeah. You know how I can get going. I can turn anything into a fucking lesson. I'm a master at it. Because I honestly think there is a lesson in everything. Like wins, losses, draws, fucking. Like part of the reason I do all my own work around the house. Not that I couldn't afford to have a fucking gardener. Just a reminder, like, this shit sucks. Fucking hate it. And so, you know, it makes me happy about being able to sit inside all day on the computer and trade. Not that trading's easy. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But it's like, you know, it's like if your true goal is to understand the profile, you know, read the Bibles or the fucking read the man's fucking dictation of it. Read the 5-step by fucking or the 5-step by Peter Stottlemyre. Like, you know, it's just how it has to happen. I would be thrilled if I could have you guys on for a couple hours a day and teach you everything that you need to know. But the thing is, what's going on inside my head and all the things that I'm thinking, and especially with trading, has to be executed quick. It's a very difficult, well, day trading at least. It's very difficult to be like, okay, this is exactly where I'm getting this from. You know, it's like, oh, well, how are you seeing this? Like, or why are you seeing this? You know, blah 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 blah. It's like, well, because I've got all of these pieces already in my head that are slowly trying to form the puzzle. But if you haven't read the books and you don't have to memorize them, you'll just Exactly. And it'll be it's like I said, we're trying. Ooh, we're puking. It's like I was saying. Like it's like the stock market's like trying to build a black puzzle, a puzzle that has all black pieces. You know what I mean? And it's like you're going through by. Oh, hang on a second. Let's see if this is news driven real quick. Because what's his face is on. Oh, Biden signs executive order on care access support. I don't really see anything else. Hmm. Ryan. All right, all right, James. Catch you later, man. Yeah, just one page a day, like and that's coming from somebody that fucking hates reading. Like I hate it. Like it doesn't a lot less now, but I've never been a fan. And like even as a kid, my uncle used to buy me books and pay me to read them. He would pay me after because he would read the book, give it to me, and then he would pay me to like basically tell him what the book was about, just to make sure that I wasn't bullshitting with him that I read the book. I was like, fuck that. I don't want that money. I'll get money somewhere, some other way. It's an easy fucking way to get money. Look, same as here. Read the book, make money. Right? It's not that easy. It's not that simple, right? But it's definitely not going to hurt. Yep. And have been expounds. Look how red tech is now too. Just another liquidation, most likely, right there, and another mechanical high as well. Apple's still not down into its. It did trade a little bit in the gap, but it's still not closed the gap. And with Nvidia still got a little ways to go to close its gap. $3. Tesla's can't go so low. No, you're good. Go ahead. Red is higher offer. Blue is higher bid. Gray is nothing basically, or just not relevant. Right. And that's like, so here, let me pull this over. Let me drag this thing out of the fucking thing. So like this is the order flow chart. Like, yeah, and so it's just saying like a lot of times what people will be like, oh, big seller stepped in here. Well, you got to think like if buyers had been buying this thing up the whole time, immediately after they become a buyer, they become a seller. That's them. This is a liquidation. Exactly. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Hang on 1 second. Let me fucking move this thing down real quick. I'm just trying to debate if I'm going to close this Nasdaq short or try to let it. So right here, Roach. Yeah. Basically, like how I have it set up is just based off of like blue is basically like the darker blue or the higher blue colors are like higher bids. Yeah, red is the same thing on the opposite side. What I was showing is this right here. I see a lot of zeros. Most people are assuming that this is a seller. Well, yeah, it is a seller, but most of the time it's old business. Right. They're covering that position. And so what you want to see, like if you're looking to get short and you see a liquidation, you want to see an offer below, like we saw here. So you get a liquidation, a bigger offer comes in, and then the market goes lower. Yeah, offers got stuck a little bit lower, right? That happens to momentum traders all the time. They get stuck at the lows. Like this area here, what you do is, and this is like what they call, this is basically the generalities of a fair value gap or something like that, is right. Sellers didn't get a chance to sell here. Real sellers that were shorting up here, right? Because there's an offer here, there's an offer here, there's an offer here. They didn't get a chance to sell here. So if it comes up and these sellers are strong and this wasn't just a pure liquidation, then we should see a reoffer in this area. Right. Exactly. Yeah, it's like it's based off the threshold. Yeah, it's based off of, it's not diagonal, it's just horizontal. Um it's got to be it's based off of, like, if blue is just based off of the bids, red's just based off the offers. It doesn't necessarily have to be high volume. Like you see, like this is 432 and 220, and these are 800s and they're the same color. It's just based off of like the difference. Right, exactly. Right. Exactly. Because I want to see who's being aggressive. That's yeah. That's basically what I was trying to recreate with. Because that's where I got this idea from. Was from them. I just oh, yeah. I think the delta gives me a little bit more like a aggression look, and it's right. But I look at mine horizontal, whereas most people look at a footprint diagonal. Um, yeah, exactly. That's what I feel like too. Like, oh, it's got to be an imbalance this way. Like, you don't see any imbalances on my chart because I just don't. I don't know. I don't like. I just. I don't know what they do. You know, like if a million buyers buy on the fucking 41.75 and 50 sellers sell on the 41.78, and we go down, well, that imbalance that's up there isn't telling me shit. Except, like, it's telling me nothing. I'd rather the thing turn dark blue and us get below it and be like, oh, those fucking buyers are stuck. Right. Oh, like, yeah. 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 And I made a footprint chart in the old, actually it's the most recent chart book that I posted. um I made an order flow chart that's easy to follow. And I made it like that on purpose because this chart, unless you know what you're looking at, it's confusing. You're like, oh, I see red here, red here. That should mean selling, but all of a sudden we go up, blah blah blah. It's just not that easy. But the other one that I made, it's light blue and pink or purple, whatever color it is. it's super easy to follow the auction. I don't think it's really the best chart to, make all your decisions off of trade wise. Not by itself, but it does make it easier to understand the auction, and that's why I made it like that. But for me, I like it like this because I know what I'm looking for, and so like yeah, exactly, because you can't really on the DOM, like, let's say it traded down to 72, traded up to 78, traded back down to 72. You get back on the computer, it's at 78. Well, it's kind of hard to know what's happened last time we were down there. Yeah. And I used gray because the white is just like blinding, but pretty much just make everything red, white, and blue because America. What are you guys on? Oh, the British flag. Oh yeah, the Great Britain flag. Yeah. New England. We're an English colony that didn't stay an English colony. We got sick of the tax. Not like Australia. Australia's like, oh, England, you guys are leaving us behind. We'll find someone else to get taxed by. Hey, China, what are you guys up to? Oh yeah, like like a lot of their stuff is, well, they export a lot of stuff to China, and then so like naturally China's like, hey, we'll give you all this money to do all this stuff, and like just I don't think they get fair shake all the time. China really gives people a lot of fair shakes. It's not in their best interest, anyways. Your number one export is fucking cheap labor. Well, it's not really in your best interest to fucking give people a discount. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, somebody's a loser always. All right, I gotta jump off, guys. I'm gonna get a little meeting that I'm gonna do. Um, appreciate everybody hanging out. Great discussion. Great fun. Hopefully everyone got 1% better today. Remember, it doesn't matter if you won money or you lost money. Just improve, just a little bit every single day. But other than that, you guys have a wonderful day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will see you all tomorrow.